Hey, good evening, everybody. We're live. What is it now? Is it exactly a month until 1.0 launch? It's January 21st. We've got February 21st to go. So pretty much exactly 1 month to go, guys. And 1.0 is going to be live. Hype, hype, hype. I'm excited. So that doesn't leave us much time, honestly. A month goes by quickly. Not enough time to get everything done that we want to get done. But for today, we're back with our tier list right here. Here we go. Let's pop it. Back with the tier list. Hopefully wrap up Mage. I think we don't have too much left to go. And we don't have to fully complete every single one of these right now. But it would be nice. It would be nice. And then after Mage, we can go into Acolyte and perhaps Rogue. I don't know which one we'll do first. We'll see. We'll see what people feel like. I don't care too much because we're going to get both of them done. And also, I think I added this Nightbot thing. I got to check if it works. So I should have a YouTube command, exclamation YouTube. I was trying to test it earlier and it wasn't working. So I don't know why, man. I gotta get it to work. Let's try again. Let's see if it works this time. YouTube, come on, please work. No, it's not working. Is there something I'm missing? I don't know how to activate it. Maybe I need to activate it still. I added the commands into my Nightbot. Perhaps I have not turned it on. All right. I'll have to troubleshoot it later, I guess. I guess it's more than just adding the commands. Is it? It's synced. It should be synced up. But let's see. What is left on Mage? Hey, Niche, by the way. We've got Lightning Blast Spark Charges. And I think we can add a few more Spellblade, honestly. We can add Shatter Blast. Right? Shatter Strike, Shatter Strike, Shatter Strike, not Shatter Blast. There we go. Shatter Strike crit or Shatter Strike? Yeah, they are both spark charges. They're very similar, honestly. I think this one, right? I think they're going to be quite similar in exactly the single target clear, tankiness, everything. I think this is a flavor of this one. But I think this is the more popular build. And kind of the one that most people run. I think Lightning Claw is more, I don't know, special use case. And it's not as popular probably. But honestly, single target should be similar. Clear might be a little bit worse. Tankiness is probably similar. And then season start is similar. Okay, so it's probably very comparable, maybe slightly worse. Still a 9 though. And still a 10 here. So yeah, let's just finish it up so we don't need to worry about it too much. Top tier build though. Either way, whatever way you look at it, it's a top tier build. Shatter Strike crit, and there's also Shatter Strike Frostbite. I don't know which one is better, honestly. I haven't run them too much. And I don't actually have enough info on those. Maybe we'll just wait and see if somebody joins the chat that knows a little bit more about Shatter Strike. And maybe even this Meteor one. I don't have enough intel on this one. It kind of seems like it does fairly well against single target. I'm not fully sold on it though. because once you run out of mana, you still have to recharge, and that can be cumbersome. It's really good if you can blow up the boss in a single volley, but if you can't, you're in trouble. Recharging mana, I don't think is amazing on the build. It's probably running focus or something. I don't know. Yeah, exactly right. And then clear speed, I'm not fully sold on either, because meteors, I don't know. But strangely enough, the guy got up to 1,000 arena waves with it. So I guess a clear should be decent. Yeah, I don't know what he was doing, honestly. I feel like it has no right being that high up in arena waves. But I do believe once the Rune Master, what is it called? Frost Wall, Perma Flame Ward gets fixed, that build and many builds are going to get hit. Yeah, we might delete this one later. Honestly, we'll leave it blank for now. If somebody comes around with actual intel that is reliable, we maybe think about populating it. But until then, we'll leave it blank. If we get nothing by the time it's due Mage video, I might delete it. I might delete this row. We'll see. And there's also Spellblade Flame Reeve. Flame Reeve crit. This Flame Reeve ignite. Again, I don't know enough about those, so I can't really populate those. I'm just giving it a little bit of space so that Spellblade Spellblade is listed as well. Oh, here's Shatterstrike Frostbite. So we've got the two Shatterstrikes. But maybe it's time to move on to another class. What do you guys think? Acolyte or Rogue? What should we do first? Acolyte or Rogue? Oh, that's a good point. 5 mage builds. I forgot about that part. I think Hydrohedron should be one. I'm looking at some of the season start values. It will get nerfed pretty badly, but so let's say we add Hydrohedron as one of the 5 builds to highlight. Can we sneak in Sorcerer somewhere in here? I don't know. Sorcerer is in such a bad spot. We only got 2 builds in here. Sorc Meteor. I think Sorc Ice Barrage builds can do decent damage. It's just Rune Masters right now with Ray Winds can get so much tankier. It's not even fair. It is not even fair. How about Meteor? We have that one build, but it's not amazing. And if we talk about Harbinger of Stars Meteor proccing, that's not a starter build. That is not a starter build. So there's no point in highlighting that build. Meteor Fireball is a legitimate build. Maybe we just pivot and go Meteor Fireball. I mean, the other Meteor was Meteor Fireball as well. I do think there's pretty good synergies between Meteor and Fireball. And if they buff Lost Knowledge, I don't know, there can be something in there. Is that a starter build though, Meteor Fireball? And do we go crit or ignite? I think the play is crit. And then go Flame Burst perhaps. And spec Meteor to not only support but try to DPS as well. I don't love it. I don't love it, to be honest. There's just not enough solid more multipliers in the Meteor skill tree. It's very clunky. Even the more multipliers that you get, the numbers are low. It's like 10% more, only 10%. And it takes away my cast speed with a multiplier? That's bad. That's awful. And this one, this is the right kind of numbers that we should be expecting. 20% more damage per point. But it's only for non-fire damage. So it's kind of tricky to actually take advantage of it. And then you don't really have much more. There's some good crit multi up here. But really, it's just, yeah, the skill tree I feel like needs a little bit of improvement. Even this one, Crushing Force, it's like 7% damage. Full health enemies, I don't care about full health enemies. Sinoka, you're saying Fireball usually requires some levels to get going. Yeah, I think you're right. So even if we populate Fireball Meteor, it won't be a starter build, I don't think. Season starter. There's no Black Hole season starter build. At least I don't think there is. Is there? I mean, it takes 60 levels to get there anyways. So that's not a thing. Ice Barrage. I think Ice Barrage is a legitimate, probably, early game skill. The more global cold damage. Yeah, I feel like Ice Barrage is a decent skill to build around. So maybe some of these Frostbite builds could be good early game. But all the Frostbite builds require the gloves and boots. So that makes them non-early game builds. Maybe crit builds. Crit builds require investment too. Okay. So it's kind of rough actually. Maybe Frostclaw crit with Ice Barrage, but Frostclaw doesn't have enough damage multipliers to be good on a crit build. I don't think. No, I don't think so. Lightning Sork, we already have that one. And we're going to highlight that one as a good season starter. I'm just trying to think, is there another season starter, or at least decently reliable season starting build? Fire or cold, preferably. Frostcold Lightning Blast. Certainly that's not a season starter build, but yeah, we could put it up here. I don't think it dishes out crazy damage though. The dagger one. I don't think it's spectacular. I know what you mean. I know the one you mean. I think it's fun. I think it's a good dagger. All res is nice. Spell crit multi is nice. It's a very nice dagger, but it certainly is more of an end game setup. And there's a limit of 3 per second. So honestly, we might end up showcasing 3 Rune Master builds, but I'm gonna try and pick it up in a way where some of these can be played as a Sork as well. So for example, Frostbite Frostclaw, technically you can run that as a Sork too. It's just nowhere near as good. Glyph of Dominion and Hydrohedron are exclusive to Rune Master though, unfortunately. But Glacier Crit is legit. And it has actually, I think, a decent progression, item progression. So it could be something that you season start with. It's not awful. So this is something that a Sorc could run as well. To decent success, I think. So let's go and add some comments then maybe. So Sorc viable. Sorc viable. Sorc viable. Sorc viable. Yeah, so a lot of these builds, Rune Master is straight up better right now. But Rune Master is going to get a lot of nerfs. So we're maybe going to highlight some of these builds as Rune Master builds, but also mention that, hey, they're actually viable and probably going to be closer to parity once 1.0 is out, because Rune Master is going to take a hit, and Sorc is going to take a hit too, because Sorc gets to have Frostwall Permaflame ward because of the Rune Master skill tree, but the Glacier build should be one of the 5. Sorry, which Glacier build? Oh, do you mean Crit or Frostbite? We have 2 Glacier builds. These 2. Nashers? Yeah, I can get behind that. Oh, it's not a good starter build. It's not an amazing starter build, but you can get there. You can make it work. But this is also a Rune Master build though. You can start it even as a crit one. Sure, crit is not going to be maxed, but the damage is still solid. For that, like, there's a lot of more multipliers. It's a little bit similar to Earthquake. This skill, Glacier, tons and tons of multiplier. You think Rune Master and Druid are almost sure to get Rune Master 1000% is getting nerfed. I will quit this game if Rune Master does not get nerfed. The only other way that I don't quit the game is if they buff literally every single other class. There's literally no way they don't nerf Rune Master. Druid? Maybe, but not nearly as much. For Druid, really, it's not Druid per se, it's more low life. If I don't end up with 3 Rune Master, 1 Sorc, 1 spell, then something is wrong. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, let's do the Glacier crit. I think it's a great build. Ranking's really high too. And we're also already showcasing one Runic Invocation build. The only other one that's, I think, really cool is Ignite Glyph of Dominion, but we can't fit it in, unfortunately. I wish I could, though, because I like that one. That was a fun one. We spent a bunch of time. I think, Niche, you're an enjoyer of that one as well. It's too bad, because it's also a pretty decent starter, I think. And I do believe it will be less. Yeah, I think you showed it to me. It will be less impacted by nerfs. So that's why I have a 5 here. I don't think this one's going to get hit as hard by the nerfs. I remember that. You're the one that was preaching it. And rightfully so. It was a good one. It was a fun one. So... Ignite Glyph could be the 5th. So I think Hydrohedron is definitely there. We already have 5. Okay, maybe we do 6. Maybe we do 6 for Mage. Oh, but that would be 4 Rune Master though. 4 Rune Master 1-1 is kind of awkward. But really, Glacier Crit is just as much a Sorc build as it is a Rune Master build. Really. It is. Especially if you start mana stacking, because Glacier benefits from mana stacking. So if they introduce a little bit more mana stacking benefits, I believe Glacier is gonna move back to a Sorc. It has to. It has to. So I do think this is more of a Sorc build. Or should be. Should be a Sorc build. Rune Master just too OP. Too OP. Anyway, I think this is good enough. We'll think about it some more later. But let's move on to another class. I think I really want to do this one as well. So I'll think about whether I can cheat and do 6. Maybe I'll do an honorable mention. Maybe this is an honorable mention. Maybe this is an honorable mention. We sneak it in there. You want to do Rogue? What do you guys think? Rogue? Rogue or Acolyte? Are we going with Rogue? I have not played Rogue. Or at least Blade Dancer in a very long time. I do have a level 100 Blade Dancer, but it's been so long. It has been so long. Let's start with the easy class this time. A Marksman. Surely there's like 2 or 3 builds there. We're going to skip Flurry because Flurry's bugged. Or maybe we'll mention Flurry multi-shot. And we'll put 1,000 over here. No, we'll put over 9,000. There you go. 9,000 chance of nerfage. And we're not even going to populate these numbers because they're irrelevant. No, I know. That's why I'm not going to populate it. I'm just going to say this is stupid bugged. This is a stupid level of buggery. I think HOA, what was that standing for? That damage over time thing? That's a legit build. Hail of arrows. Is it poison? What's the main DPS? Is it bleed? I think it's bleed. I think this is a really good hardcore build because you can just throw it and run around. It's cold damage over time. I need to find a build guide on this one. But I think this is probably the one I want to highlight. The Mage, the Bow Mage, isn't the damage pretty lackluster? This one also is going to struggle with DPS single target. And then I made a build as well. Dragonsong Kelthan Hybrid. That was a really weird one that I made. Dragonsong Kelthan. Oh, Flurry multi-shot is so bugged, bro. Welcome to the channel, by the way, Anomaly. So giga-bugged. I'm not even going to bother with it. Basically, you click Flurry, and it shoots so many arrows that your game crashes. You think Dragonsong Kelthan is worse than Bow Mage, hey? I'll have to try Bow Mage then. Okay, let's see. I did have really good items, I think, for Dragonsong Kelthan. And despite that, was still not getting phenomenal numbers. So you could be very well correct. But I also think... Hey, Cuckoo! Hey, man, welcome. Good to see you. We need your help. Help me with Spellblade. But yeah. We'll let's see. Cuckoo here is a Spellblade expert. So let's see if he has some answers for us. Flurry and EA. Which one's EA? Cuckoo, you got answers for us? What do you think? How good is Shatter Strike crit? How many seconds? on Jorah. Niche. 8 or 9 on clear. That's like on par with some of the most OP builds in the game. Do you think it really is that powerful? And I don't think it's 6 or 7 on Jorah. Like 6 or 7 to me. 6 or 7 is 30 to 40 seconds Jorah kill in that vicinity. If it cannot kill Jorah in 30 to 40 seconds, it's getting a lower number than 6, 7 single target. You think it's like a 40, 50 second kill? Because this one, Dragon Song Kel'Than, I got it in like 50 second kill. 50 to 60. And I do think I had a little bit of room for item upgrades, but like, yeah. I think it's either like a 3, 4, somewhere in there. Cold.werebear is a 2. Yeah. Yeah. So it's going to be like a 3 or a 4. Yeah, let's give it a 3.5, sure. Mage has a really good clear. No, I can get behind that. I'm just saying in general, Marksman is really low DPS overall. So even though Mage is one of the best clear for Marksman is still a pretty crappy class compared to, let's say, Rune Master. Or even, yeah, Druid and Beastmaster. Really good DPS. But I guess the advantage of Mage is that it has good range. So you're probably right. It probably does deserve a bit of a higher rating because of the off-screen potential. Yeah, the off-screen potential is massive. It's not even a nerf here. This is a bug fix. So, how many seconds do you think Mage versus Jorah? You think 4 or 5? Cuckoo, sorry, which one are you talking about, Cuckoo? I'm going to give it a 4.5 on single target, but I need to see a video. Oh, okay. Nish, you're trying to find one. Thank you so much, man. I'll try to find one too if the conversation slows down. Cuckoo, are you saying on Spellblade or on Marksman? Spellblade? Clear is nice compared to Surge, you're saying? So maybe we... Oops. So worst single target. 7, 8, 9. So how many seconds do you think for Jorah? Because 7 is still pretty good. 7 to me is like a 30-second kill. Probably. Frostbite Shatter Strike. No. Where do I have a 7? Frostbite Frostclaw, 7.5. Yeah, it's a 30-second kill. Partially I rate it higher because it's so ridiculously tanky for Frostbite Frostclaw. So boss killing is just way smoother when you can have infinite ward. But yeah, can Shatter Strike crit Spellblade? Kill Jorah in 30 seconds, do you think? Tankiness 5? Yeah, I can get behind Tankiness 5. Sounds about right to me. Is it easy to gear? Shatter Strike crit. Hitting max crit. Let's just take a quick look. Do we have... Yeah, I think 6 average is reasonable. It's probably not the most season start friendly. What does it require really? For items. Do you have a build planner for one? Shadow Strike crit? Based on these ratings, it could deserve like a 6.5, probably. You think it's good early on? Okay. What are the uniques that it must use? Is there like a must use unique? Actually, I'm not sure that it does. So the only concern for early game is maxing out your crit. So that has to be done through your weapon affixes. Okay. So actually this is not a bad build to start with. I think similar to Surge Giga Crit. So we're going to bump it up actually. Maybe 7.5 or 7. Maybe 7? Yeah, let's go with 7. Nerf risk, I'm going to put it at 0. I don't see Shadow Strike crit getting nerfed. What about Flame Reef crit? That's probably pretty smooth to itemize as well. Probably similar tankiness. Like, Spellblade is, yeah, it does not have much flexibility. A lot of the builds are somewhat similar. The AoE is probably similar, hey? So like, is it less damage? The AoE is larger, but probably less damage. And probably worse single target, honestly. So, we'll give it a 6.5. Thanks, man. Okay, I think that's reasonable for Spellblade, these crit builds. I think, yeah, Surge is solid. I think Shatter Strike is solid. They probably are very close together in capability. This one more single target focus. This one more AoE focus. Okay. That's good. I think we got those cleaned up. Flame Reef has so much more multipliers. But you're not sure how much single target it can get. Maybe that's a project we need to work on for one of these seasons. Make a Spellblade. Or do we need to wait until Spellblade passive tree gets reworked? Perhaps that's the play. Let's wait until the passive tree is reworked. Because I like Spellblade. I actually have a Spellblade as well, level 90 something. Flame Reef, to be honest, is better clear. That's true. The AoE is so good. I just cannot give it a 9 just because there's builds that are probably a lot higher damage on Rune Master. Is Void Knight okay for starter in 1.0? There are some decent builds. I would probably recommend Physical Damage Rive for starter. Or something with Devouring Orb. I'm probably not fair with the season starting value here. I honestly think. Because Devouring Orb is just really smooth early on. It's a pretty good build. It's just once you get past, it stalls a little bit in that mid-game phase. Because the damage is a little bit weak. Yeah, Abyssal Echoes, I feel like it would be nice if they upgraded it a bit. It's not bad, it just needs a little bit of a bump. It's not a bad skill. I like playing with it. There's a little bit of something missing. I don't know. I'd have to look into it again. Good evening, Colonel. Welcome. Welcome, Nate, as well. I love all the questions. All right. So, back to Rogue. I think we're good for Mage now. We're leaving this Meteor Fireball. We'll see what we want to do with this. But for Rogue, Yeah, this is last epoch. Sorry. We're just planning. These are builds that we're trying to tier. Create a tier list for last epoch builds. so it's last epoch spreadsheet gaming. Spreadsheet gaming right here. We're trying to plan ahead and essentially rank a lot of these different builds on 4 different criteria. And we're down to rogue at this point. We're trying to highlight the best builds, or most of the top tier builds. Yeah. Well, let me check what you sent here. Niche. Star Citizen, enlist now. Hey, that's the right commercial for us. I am curious about Star Citizen. There we go. Look, my ads are giving me something nice. Ads score 1 versus 10,000 misses. All right. What was that? What was that? What? A 76k crit? Interesting. That's the right kind of, that's my kind of video, or rather build. So let's say it starts at like 7 seconds, 8 seconds. Why is he so inconsistent? Oh, wow. $111k crit? Why didn't that do much damage? Oops. What? $111k crit. 370 and 700. I see. And then here we saw the tail end of a 870k crit. Okay, I was actually theory crafting this exact build. I know what he's doing. He's delaying the explosion as much as possible, getting some decent mana stacking, doing all the shadow stuff. I was theory crafting pretty much this exact build, I think. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, this is quite old too. For echo running, it's very clunky though. So, I mean, overall, it's a fun build to showcase, I think. So we can add Marksman. This is, one sec, detonating arrow. So this is a 30-second kill. That's very respectable. All right, we'll give it a 6.5. We'll give it a 7. We'll give it a 7. Right, it was 30 seconds. Oh, it's 35 seconds. Okay, well, 7.5. Sorry, 6.5 to 7 is where it belongs. Infinite lightning blast 7.5. That was 835 to 46. Okay. All right, 7 is fine. Maybe, yeah. 7 to 7.5. For clear, it's probably very awkward. Hail of arrows is 30-40 seconds, it's respectable. So that's a 7 or a 7.5. I mean, I'm just gonna round them to 7. And this one is actually a lot better for clear. Much better. This is a very smooth clear build. I'm going to give it a 9. No Bowmage Jorah? I thought everybody ran Bowmage, bro. That's so weird. That is very weird. You've played Crit Bowmage and Hail of Arrows. Because Hail of Arrows is damage over time. How long does Bowmage take to kill Jorah? It's way longer, right? Like, I don't think Bowmage is a good single target build. I could be wrong. Flurry Bowmage? Yeah, Marksman is pretty awful at single target. Detonate Arrow Bowmage. But Detonate Arrow is not a Bowmage build. Okay, so Bowmage... Unfortunately, you're right. It is a flurry build, so it's going to get nerfed. So maybe we're going to avoid it. Isn't it just strictly better to just run multi-shot flurry, though? As Bowmage? Isn't that just superior to Detonating Arrow? The Kelthan one was like mediocre. Or... let's say decent. For clear, 6.5. And then tankiness was... it was okay. What do I have here? Good mobility I had here. B plus on survivability. Pretty poor. And then it's not even cheap to build. So okay. So that's not a good build, guys. But at least it's not going to get nerfed. Lizard Ariel's Bowmage is Detonating Arrow. I see. I thought he first started it as Flurry. I guess I forgot. So Hail of Arrows is dot, but it has an initial hit node to scale hit. Isn't the meta build for Hail of Arrows dot though? Like what's the more popular, more higher performance Hail of Arrows? Is the dot one higher performance? I think so, right? And you have, let me check here. Dark Quiver. Yeah, you cannot take advantage of this Tide of Darkness as well. This can be pretty decent, this Tide of Darkness. You can stack crit and get a bunch of... Is it worth it though? Twice your critical strike chance. Is there a temporary crit chance buff that you can get? Because this, I'm sure it's snapshotted. Dot should be more soul damage. Yeah. Okay. So I think tankiness of Hail of Arrows dot. I'm going to actually write this out, that it's dot. No. Okay, there we go. So I think tankiness is actually pretty decent because you move around so much. You're very agile. You're very mobile. So I think this is, in my opinion, one of the better builds for Marksman, and I would love to highlight it. I just need to find a good build guide to reference, or at least a good build planner to reference. Speaking of which, Cuckoo, do you have a build planner for your Spellblade crit, Giga Crit Surge one? And do you mind if I highlight that one in here? The Hail of Arrows. Season start. I think this is a good season start build. I don't think you have very many unique requirements. And Hail of Arrows. I mean, I guess it takes a few levels to unlock. So that's going to drop it down a little bit. But it's still decent. It's probably one of the better Marksman builds out there. I don't see it getting nerfed. The only thing I see getting nerfed for Marksman is Flurry. That is the only thing I see nerfs incoming for. Bow Mage. And so Bow Mage, is it Flurry? Is it... Yeah, let's write Flurry. And let's see what we have actually. Let's go on here. Builds. Bug fixed. Yeah, bug fixed. Hey, Grez. How's it going, man? We're going through Marksman right now. Rogue and specifically Marksman and the Marksman builds that we have. We're not even going to bother if it's a Flurry build because it's so hard to gauge where Flurry is going to land. So far, so good. So, yeah. Flurry, though, is so broken. It needs a bug fix. So, we're going to leave it. Not even going to touch it. So, let's see. Marksman in here. Hail of Arrows. Trickster. Oh, that's... Holy moly. The last Hail of Arrows was in 2022 before Dreadful did something. A week ago. Oh, he did crit Hail of Arrows. It's hard to tell what the build's capabilities are from Dreadful's videos, but... Warlock reveal. Me too. Because that's the class I kind of want to go. But again, I've been known to change my mind last minute, so we'll see. You haven't done a dream planner? I mean, even the one that you have that blows up Jorah in like 30 seconds. Wait, is it 30 seconds? Why do I have an 8.5 here? That feels a little bit too high. No, it was 20 seconds. It was 20 seconds. That's why. That's why I have 8.5. Because it was 20 seconds. Yeah, Falconer revealed is 2 weeks later. So we have this Thursday, this coming Thursday, Warlock reveal. And then 2 weeks after that Thursday, which is going to be, let's see here. February 8th, I guess. Yeah, February 8th is going to be Falconer reveal. Do we have any experts on Bow Mage? Like the one with the ice bow, right? What's it called? The Reign of Winter. This one. Yeah. Niche got it before me. Reign of Winter. Do we have anybody with a Reign of Winter expertise? How good is it versus Jorah? The clear is good? Okay, we'll give it a good clear. Because you're probably off-screening everything. Probably not the tankiest build. But the off-screening helps. Oh, you got... Oh, you guys have shared some links. Let me check them out. Okay, here we go. Hail of Arrows. Oh. This is damage over time. Is that bleed or... No, that's not bleed. That's just damage over time. Ooh, he got lasered. Okay, his play is not very crisp here. He could have stayed there and just killed her a lot earlier. Okay, so 8-second start. Honestly, it's probably like 30-second kill. Yeah, he did it in 40 seconds, but I think 30 seconds is doable. Yeah, he did it in like 40, 45. But I do think 30, 35 is doable. What is this? So let's see. Hail of arrows. I think 7 is probably reasonable. Maybe a 6.5. Maybe a 6.5. We'll give it a 6.5. But the clear is where this build really shines, so it's okay. Dot but no ailments on that one. Okay. No, that was solid. When was the video from actually? 7 months ago. That's okay. That's pretty relevant. That's still very current. And then we have Mage, Marksman. Why does it go in everybody's face though? Is this like a melee build? What's going on here? I thought the whole point was to off-screen everything. Oh, I guess the clear is good because this thing pierces 100%, hey? Cones of destruction. Okay. So they pierce and you can shotgun. Okay, I see why. Shotgun. The power of shotgun. Yeah, I think Flurry is probably better. But unfortunately, we cannot reference Flurry right now because it's just bugged. Flurry's bugged right now. It's OP. It's silly. Yeah. No, this is decent clear. It's only 200 corruption though. But then I can see he doesn't seem to have 100% crit chance. Let's see. Do we have a Jorah fight? Okay, here's a Jorah fight. Is this tier 4 Jorah? No, this is not tier 4 Jorah. Oh, that's pretty lame. Why would they do that? Why would they show us a tier 3 Jorah? Oh, this is before the crit vulnerability nerf. That was a massive nerf. I mean, this is it. This is not even tier 4 Jorah, and it's still super slow. I don't think this build is good single target, guys. I don't think this build is good single target. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and say this build sucks single target. Yeah. Pretty good clear. And probably better than Dragon Song because of the shotgunning. The shotgunning is pretty decent. Tankiness. You gotta get in their face. Same thing as Dragon Song. I'm giving it a 4. Season start? No. You need that item. You need the bow. So it's like a 3 or a 4 here. I mean, it's one of the final monos. It's okay. Yeah, fair enough. I'll give it a 4. It's so for season start. You gotta max your crit. Nowadays, maxing crit is not as trivial because before it used to be just that crit vuln thing. Nowadays, not so much. Overall, we'll give it a 5.5. I do believe it's better than Dragon Song Cathan, I think. Honestly, Flurry is pretty good leveling, no? So Flurry is pretty good leveling. And then you can just transition. Because it's a Flurry Mage build. So you can just run your flurry, run your multi-shot, and then when you finally get the bow, it just smooths into that. It's not bad. It's not that bad. I'll give it a 5 here. Then maybe we bump it to 6. Let's be generous. Let's be generous to the poor marksman. Oh, we got lots of love from Greece. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Our neighbors from Greece. You know, Bulgaria and Greece. Good neighbors right there. Thanks, bro. Welcome. We're trying to put together this build tier list for 1.0, at least with a lot of the current strong and meta builds. And maybe not even meta builds, but strong and people don't know about them so well. Your support marksman? Hey, maybe they fixed up multiplayer and support marksman is legit. Maybe. We can only hope. We can only hope. So yeah, I think I'm going to definitely highlight Hail of Arrows, guys. I think that's a great build to highlight. It's very strong overall. I do believe it's one of the strongest rogue builds. I have seen it run in hardcore just because of its flexibility. You can just run around, and I mean, clear is great AoE, and you know, it's hard to get hit when you're constantly on the move. Detonating arrow. So we saw a video of detonating arrow blowing up Jorah pretty quickly. Quicksilver. Oh man, you've enjoyed my builds on multiple games. Oh, thanks so much. D4, I don't think I have time for season 3 as well. It's starting up in 2 days, I think. So I was looking at the patch notes though. I did look at the D4 patch notes. It's always tempting. But I think I'm going to wait a few more patch notes, and when they Giga buff Frenzy, I'm going to strike. I'm going to have the coolest, strongest Frenzy build in the entire server. You guys will see. I'm just waiting for the right time. That's my that's how I play Diablo 3 as well. I wait until they buff Frenzy and then I go in. Oh, you sent me the Surge Planner? Thanks, man. Thanks. I'll add a link in here, in fact. Yeah, I mean, your items look pretty solid. Oh, you're running low life Surge, hey? You switched to low life. Low life too good. I can understand why. Low life too good. You're missing one little idol, by the way. But that's not a big deal. So that is this one, Surge. I like the dual wielding YOLO style. That definitely is something I can get behind. Okay, so I just wanted to confirm it's a Surge build, so I didn't get confused. I haven't actually played Torchlight. Not the new one anyway. I've played Torchlight 1 and 2. PoE. One sec, let me read that in the browser, because it hides it. PoE and Last Epoch and D4. I definitely like PoE and Last Epoch more than D4. I like certain parts about PoE better than Last Epoch, and certain parts in Last Epoch better than PoE. So it's hard for me to pick straight up which one I like better. If I had infinite time, I would play both. I'm cheating. I'm sorry. I know I'm cheating, but if I had infinite time available to me, I would play both PoE and Last Epoch. And I would play a little bit of D4, but certainly nowhere near as much as the other two. I would just dabble into D4. It's not at a level where you can fully invest yourself and immerse yourself into. But PoE and Last Epoch, man, I could sink a lot of time into both. And I'm actually more excited about PoE 2 than PoE 1. I think PoE 2, seeing what they've planned for it, it's looking really good. But yeah, thank you, Cuckoo, for that build planner. I'll definitely make good use of it. You think the clear is even worse than 5, hey? I can see that. Waiting for like 2-3 seconds for the explosion, that's very awkward. Yeah, I can see that. Warlock this week, yes. Guys, remember, Warlock on Thursday. Does that mean I have to stream on Thursday? Let's plan this out. I'm definitely streaming on my usual Wednesdays and Fridays. I guess I could stream on Thursdays. I'm trying to plan out what kind of YouTube content I'm going to be working on. We'll see. I might be stuck working on some YouTube stuff, but we will see. I'm going to finish up tomorrow, by the way. I'm working on a loot filter guide. So that should be complete tomorrow. I have it roughly halfway done. So tomorrow evening I should be able to finish up a loot filter guide. And then on Tuesday I'll see what I'm going to work on, but yeah, loot filter for beginners and veterans alike. It will be good. I think you guys will like it. It's something that Aweezy created, and it's really, really crisp, really solid loot filter. Like, it's very adaptable. Loot filter for last Epoch for 1.0 launch for everybody to use. I'm fully in last Epoch prep mode right now until launch. Trickster's old Hail of Arrows build was cold. Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, you're doing low life. Okay. All right. Let me change that real quick. There we go. Thank you, good sir. That's perfect. Low life is very meta. But given that you're running low life, I'm actually going to bump it, and I'm going to give it a nerf. Nerf risk. Nerf risk of 7. Anything low life is going to get hit by a nerf. So I'm going to... And I want to be consistent. It's basically the same boat as Werebear Swipe low life. The damage side of the build is going to be untouched. The damage side is untouched. But the survivability tankiness is going to get hit by a nerf. Same as this Surge Gig Crit. In fact, because it's low life, it's probably a bit higher tankiness. Yeah, if you can fit low life, that's always going to increase tankiness. But again, it's very susceptible to nerfs. It's the right play for the patch. But next patch, we will see. Now let me check what you sent me here as well, Niche. Shadow. HOA Marksman build guide. Not very many uniques. That's very good. That's a good sign. This is an old build use. Oh. Last updated last week. Wow. He's keeping up with it. S tier Marksman build. Quicksilver, you're saying you want to play Last Epoch Warpath Smite. I don't actually have that even in here anyway, Warpath Smite. Is it viable, guys? Is it decent? Warpath Smite? Has anybody tested it and tried it out? Oh, he's not using this Dark Quiver node, eh? Interesting. Okay. I guess it's not good enough to stack crit just for that one. Yeah, Warpath has a node on the bottom left to do Smite proc. Dread with Flame Burst. I feel like it's a bit memey though. I don't think it's legit. I'll be honest. Okay. Shadow HOA though, or yeah, shadow stacking. HOA, I do think is legit. And we have it right here. I think these are probably pretty accurate. Honestly, think we're good here. Especially maybe we can even bump season start to 7. Cause oh wait. Why is he running Reign of Winter? On a HOA Marksman build guide. I mean, it has decent bonuses and cold pen. Is that what he's running it for? Items. Tier 10 longbow with tier 5 flat. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so because there are no interesting suffixes you can craft on a bow. We don't need attack speed or crit for this build. Okay. So it's just for the stats. It's not even for the little cold proc. Yeah, just for the flat, you're right. Bottom has the video. That's going to be super outdated though. That's going to be fairly outdated, I think. Pretty solid AoE, yeah. That's nice. Arena ladder. Back then, the arena ladder was interesting. Sorry, what works like just like in the video? This paragraph? Red paragraph? Okay. Fair enough. And he says it's good for season starters. I do believe I am on the same page as he is. I think the only reason I have a 7 here is because the bow. But honestly, like, yeah, we could bump it even higher because that bow. Sorry, no, it's not because the bow. It's because Hail of Arrows is a level 50 skill. Where's the skill tree? Passive skill tree. Yeah, anyways, you need to get like 20 skill points in Rogue. And then 30 skill points in Marksman before you unlock it. But is that enough to bump it all the way down to 7? Honestly, I think it's fine even as an 8 here. I think it's a good build to start with. The weapon is not a must-have. It's just good flat stats. It's not like build enabling or anything. These other things are whatever. Yeah, it's basically no uniques here. This is not a must-have. It's just a tankiness boost. It's not a make or break for the video. This is also a tankiness boost. So yeah, overall, the build itself is pretty good for a season starter, I think. Okay, so I think we'll leave it at that one. Now, Detonating Arrow, one of the better single target options for Marksman, but an awful clear. So what is the tankiness? And then I'll get back to Quicksilver. What is the tankiness on this? Probably not amazing. But do you need to attack a lot? I don't know. At least you have certain AoE and range. It's like a 3-4. Fine, we'll give it a 4. We'll give it a 4. Season start. I don't know. I don't think it's that amazing season start. Season start. Oops. I mean, are there any must-have items? No, it's not even the meme dagger. Bow. I should clarify, it's a bow. Not even the meme dagger. I don't think meme dagger is a build. I think it's a meme, like you said. It's just a meme. This one, detonating arrow bow, we actually had a video right here. This one right here. Look at these crits. Just enjoy the crits. Look at that. Watch. Bam! More than a third of Jorah's health. Gone. Watch at the end here. Bam! Even through endurance at the very end. It's just disgusting crits. This is the build planner, right? This one? Oh, dude! What? He's running yellows. Really? Vions? Man, it's probably... What? Where's your idols? What is going on here? What is going on here? So if you min-max this, it could blow up Jorah even faster. The idols. I feel like he didn't update these correctly. There's no way. These... Oh, okay. He just... I think he plugged these real quick. There's no way he was running this in that video. There's just no way. These things have like 3 tier 5s on them. Tier 1 dodge rating? Perhaps this is something we need to test for ourselves. The only problem is like, how do you play this build in like arena? Or sorry, in monos. It's pretty much unplayable. Very, very awkward. $2,500 HP and 422 mana. Yeah, he hasn't plugged everything in. Where does he get mana though? I feel like he's populated a lot of the prefixes, so there's no room for mana. Where's he getting mana from? 400. He probably doesn't have... Yeah, where does he get 400 mana from? Quicksilver you can share on Discord. It's not gonna work here in Twitch chat, but in Discord it works. Yeah, I can't really use this build planner honestly because it's not complete. Those 2 prefixes are blocking percent mana. Yeah, the boots don't really... I mean, you get a little bit of res. A little bit of extra damage because of move speed, but... Detonate arrow is not a movement skill. So there's no extra damage that you're getting. Interesting. Either way, this is certainly an interesting build. Yeah, I don't want to be farming these boots as well. It's a nightmare. I've tried as well. is the worst. Quicksilver, the banner conversion to smite is not something you can leverage for like the sole source of your DPS. It's nice for additional DPS, but it's not like a primary source of DPS. It's more like a secondary or even tertiary DPS source. Yeah, that's the only thing is you get a little bit of extra damage. Remember it's increased damage, so it's additive. So it's not bad, but yeah, it's okay. I don't hate this choice. At 0 LP, it's all right. It kind of lines up with some of the other items because these are 0 LP as well. Let's check his detonating arrow. Yeah, he's going the timer stuff. Yeah, I pretty much theory crafted this exact same build, except for the lightning tendrils. I didn't go into lightning tendrils when I was thinking about it. This also hurts, by the way. The reduced explosion radius. Hey, how easy! I'm halfway done with the loot filter guide. So hopefully tomorrow I'll have the loot filter guide ready. Hey, Kreshan! Everybody's joining. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Good evening, good morning. Good everything. The build that you shared isn't your build. Where did you share it, Quicksilver? I don't see anything on the... Oh, you sent me a message. Okay, I see it. So this is, you're saying you're for a smite setup. Yeah, these, okay, crit multi, extra fire damage. Yeah, these are the good notes to hit. This is wrong here. You want to take 1 point off probably. And redistribute it probably to crit multi or to the fire damage. That's better. But you certainly don't need 3 points in blinding flash. You can possibly get away with 4 points in atonement for a little bit of extra damage. So that's something that I might consider, is hitting this 100% crit multi, or maybe moving 1 point to conflagration. Both are legit. Base crit chance can be decent as well, for depending on your setup. What kind of setup are we running here? How are we maxing crit on smite? What am I missing here? There's no crit on smite here. Spell crit chance, that's not enough. We need base crit. Yeah, so the build is missing some base crit here. You probably also potentially may want to be running the smite amulet as well. Devotion. So I would consider devotion. If you can keep your mana low, this is probably best in slot for a smite build. So yeah, I would definitely consider running devotion and trying to get your mana to be really low at all times. One way to get that going is, let's see, what do we have to reduce mana? This has a cooldown, so it doesn't work. Actually, it might be actually tricky to keep your mana low. You plan on updating it every cycle. Nice. Yeah. I was trying to think about how to do that as well, because when they add new affixes at Wheezy, I don't think they're gonna be automatically added inside the loot filter. So there's a little bit of maintenance required. And I did mention that in the video as well, but yeah, it's just a matter of somebody going through and updating it. It does have VR. It does have VR. No sigils though, yeah, no sigils. Sigils could be a way to dump your mana so that you can run on low mana. Manually updated every cycle. Yeah. Oh, yeah, honestly, I did mention it in the video as well. People should be double checking, because if they downloaded the loot filter ahead of time, before 1.0 drops, they're going to have the outdated version. So they really should be checking it themselves and making sure they have the clean version. And obviously, you and I can update it as well, but there needs to be a little bit of user maintenance, or at the very least, user vigilance towards it. 10% crit from Warpath. Oh, is there a crit in the Warpath? Oh, global base critical chance with sword. Oh, I forgot about that. That's smooth. Yeah, okay. So you certainly don't need this base crit. You can redistribute it to here or here. Yeah, I would go with crit multi. You're running max crit. You're fine. Oh, they're certainly adding new affixes. We've seen some of them. They're adding new affixes for weapons where they're giving minion cold pen. I'm not sure if it's a suffix or prefix. Also minion spell damage, I think, for weapons. And I think it's certain types of spell damage. Yeah, there's a bunch of new affixes. So they have showcased some of them on the streams that they do. So yeah, Quicksilver, I would make those minor adjustments to this build. You know, move things around a little bit. This is fun. I've played with Javelin and like Banner, dropping smites every now and then. It's fun. It's not amazing or anything, but it's fun. I would drop a point and put it in duration maybe. These are minor though. This is fine. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, these are good. Yeah, I mean, the build looks pretty straightforward. 0 cost. Warpath is online through these 3 points. Elemental res, you can mitigate pretty easily. Oh, you have to have 3 points in this one though. Every single Warpath build, I would highly recommend 3 points in Quicksilver. And that's your nickname as well. So you gotta max that out, bro. Max out Quicksilver. You gotta get that 30% move speed. So there's a few different ways you can get it probably. Although the build is pretty tight, there's no room. Maybe you need to get plus Warpath in your chest. Yeah, probably get Warpath in the chest. Plus 2 is enough. So it's just a tier 5 Warpath. Oh, you get Fire Pen from Scepter. Okay. This might be decent, honestly. I would have to test this build out. The only issue is like you're casting Smite every second. So it's not phenomenal. If it was casting Smite multiple times per second, if you could scale it with attack speed, for example. If it was based on, let's say, a full rotation of Warpath, which then maybe is a function of attack speed. I'm not sure that it is, to be honest. I can't remember how it works. I do believe actually attack speed definitely benefits Warpath. So maybe full rotation is not the right language, but you know what I mean. Basically, if you could make this Winds of Justice scale with the attack speed that you have for Warpath, I think that would be a much better build. But right now, you just bottleneck, man. Oh, they're adding new loot filter tools, like for uniques, for example, for legendary potential. Oh, please tell me they're adding legendary potential selection. That would be nice. And a list of every single unique in the loot filter. That would also be nice. Those are my requests. Everybody's running minion in 1.0. Which build I'm playing for season? Let's see, chat. What is everybody going to be playing for season? Personally, I'm going to be starting probably Warlock. So I don't really have a build plan, right? Search function. Trollololololok. Yep. My boy, Trollok. Blade Dancer, Shadow Cascade. BD Shadow Cascade. Thanks, man. And then we have a boss fight. One sec. Yeah, I'll have to check those out when we get to Blade Dancer. Grez, you're running Necro first, hey? We've got a Necro lover right there. I am thinking of Necro second. I'm going to be honest. I don't have a Necro online yet. Like, that's not right. I need a Necro. So I'm probably going to run Necro second. Which kind of makes sense. If I run Warlock and then Necro, I'm going to have synergy on item finding. Search function to search by affix and by tier. Yes, I agree. Yeah, to automatically search by tier 7. Do you know if they're going to add that? Okay, let's wrap up this detonating arrow bow. Delay bow. I don't know. We'll give it a 6. Does it require any items? Based on the guy's loot filter, it didn't look like. We'll give it a 7. I don't know. It's just a very clunky build. Because of the awful clear, honestly, I'm going to give it like a 4.5. A 5. The clear is just really awful. Maybe even a 2. We'll give it a 5. I think 5 is fair enough. Flurry, bug fix. All right. Yeah, the Javelin has a smite frequency, but again, like I said, that's not going to be your main damage source. That's just a slight supplementary damage. It's nice, but don't rely on this damage. Your main DPS likely should be coming out of your Warpath smites. Actually, I guess the Warpath is not going to be proccing that much, so this might be pretty good source of procs. Every 1.6, and then we double that every 0.8. Actually, yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, it just goes to show that this Wind of Justice is a little bit lackluster. Good evening, Waro. How's it going, man? We're doing good. We're making progress here. I think we're pretty much done on the Marksman. What do you guys think? Is there a Marksman build that I'm missing here, guys? Oh, Lightning Shuriken was one of my favorites. I want to add that as well. I played that actually, Shuriken. And then we're definitely adding, what do we want to call it? Shadow Cascade. And there's probably a Shadow Cascade with Shadow Daggers as well somewhere. Let's call it pure Shadow Cascade. Is that fair? Is that what the main primary damage source? Puncture. Puncture Marksman. Trickster. Oh, it's a Marksman Shadow Daggers. Hey. Let me check that out, actually. This is... Why can't I see? Oh, weird quality on the video. Oh, why can't I read any of this? 102% more health. I guess he recorded it at a low resolution. 102% more health. That's 200 corruption. Not very high. Yeah, you can tell that Trickster is a marksman enjoyer. He does not seem to be stacking bleed here. I think his focus is Shadow Daggers, it says, right? Shadow Dagger Marksman. I mean, it's okay. This is a Corruption 200 Abomination. It's alright. It's not phenomenal. I don't think I'm going to be listing this one. Is there a bleed puncture build for Marksman that is legit? Do you have a link to that, Cuckoo? The one that the guy went 600 corruption with? Yeah, the damage on this one is not good enough. I agree. So I'm not going to bother with this one. June 12th. Oh, Dreadful did another Shadow Dagger puncture here in 2022. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything for puncture. I need to see the one that Coco is talking about. If you have like a build planner or a short YouTube video. But other than that, I don't know. I think for Marksman, the only build I want to showcase probably is Hail of Arrows. Bow Mage is okay, but single target is extremely weak. Very lackluster. Single target can be decent if you can have a lot of enemies so that you can shotgun with the icicles, but that's not an option against Jorah, for example. There's no, I wish we could spawn enemies with a certain item, spawn an enemy dummy. That would be really cool. What's wrong with the throwing fire unique? Isn't that the one I was running? The Kelthans? Is that the one you're talking about? Kelthans. Oh. Let me check. Oh, that one. The fire dagger. It was bugged. Oh, the potion one. I remember that one. Yeah. It kind of looked interesting to try, but what was bugged about it? What was the bug? Do you remember? It was a relic? Oh, nice. Cuckoo found this YouTube link here. Oh, no. Get away from me. No ads. Wait, so this is puncture with the icicle bow? Oh, this is parry. 1 year ago. Before the ailment change. I see. Okay. When you ask for a bug fixed, they removed the potion start from everywhere but belts? It didn't convert the stat. What's the point of the item if it doesn't work? If the only big benefit to it is not working? What is even the point? Let me see if I can find that one. This one, Pillager's Gold. 1% throwing fire damage with burning daggers per 2% increased chance to find potions. You had 350 plus flat throwing from the relic. So you had 700% chance to find potions. That's pretty good. And the damage sucked, Cuckoo? Yeah, okay. We're definitely not going to be listing that one. No, thanks. No, thanks. Okay. Just let me do one last check. Yeah, we need to have something Shadow Daggers. I think the standard is Umbro Blades, right? Shadow Cascade is the primary source people use for... Okay, yeah, I think you're right. But they also use Umbro, right? They use both, right? Shadow Cascade, Umbro, Shadow Daggers. Yeah. I know the build you're kind of talking about roughly. All right, so let's just start populating some of these. Also, are these low life? I should label the low lives. Just spell them out so that people know when low life gets nerfed. These are going to get hit. This one is a low life. But it doesn't have to be low life. A lot of these just don't have to be low life. Yeah. Pretty much any build. You're right, Snappo. Pretty much every build can be low life. Some of them are more suited for it though. Like these earthquake builds that we did. The strength stacking is incredibly powerful to begin with. Any build that greatly benefits from strength stacking is better suited for low life running with the cleaver solution. But even without cleaver solution, there are certain builds that you can mitigate your low ward retention percent. Anyways, so better low life but very expensive. Yeah. Because you don't really run cleaver solution with these, so you can't really fix your ward retention very easily. Okay, so pure Shadow Cascade. Do we have a build guide or like an example of how quickly it blows up Jorah? Yeah, Shackles is the fix with cold stacking, cold rest stacking. I agree. Snappo, you got it right. Okay, yeah, you sent me a link to the Shadow Daggers. This one, right? This was actually the video. How old is it? 11 days ago. Hey, not bad. The clear is okay. This is not a very high corruption setting though. This is only like 300 corruption. This is Perry's? No, this is Trickster. Right. Clear is okay. What about single target though? I want to see single target. Do we have a boss fight? Boss showcase. 300 corruption. I mean, this boss is one of the biggest hitboxes in the game. So all 5 of your Shadow Cascades are going to pop him. Yeah, I wonder if... Isn't Shadow Cascade what people run at like 2000 corruption? I think they run it with Shadow Daggers though. Is it Shadow Dagger or non-Shadow Dagger? Either one works at 2000 corruption? Hey, that's crazy. I think Shadow Dagger is better, right? 2k corruption, low life, Shadow Dagger. Yeah. We can look up SMK. See if he's got a video for us. Yeah, this is an alternative. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So we're looking for Ward Dancer. Mirage's Marksman. Where is the Ward Dancer? Mirage's Marksman. What is he running on Marksman actually? Let me check. So, okay. So 5 seconds he's in. Oh yeah, man, that takes forever, dude. Over a minute. And this guy knows how to min-max his build, so. Marksman confirmed sucks. Just pick based on which coverage you like better. Okay, here we go. Last Epoch low life. Umbro Blades, Shadow Dagger, Blade Dancer. So this is 2000 corruption, guys. I do believe Umbro Blades gives you a lot more clear flexibility. Because you now all of a sudden have range. You can hit enemies from a pretty good distance. I'm fairly certain Umbro Blades should be stronger. Because with the other one, you're very limited on what you can do. The AoE is right in front of you. You cannot take down enemies from as big of a distance as this one. More gaps. You hope if they don't buff Marksman, Falconer fixes it. Yeah, maybe the Falconer skill tree is what Marksman needs. No, I think multi-shot needs a buff. I think some of the skills, even detonating arrow needs a little bit of a fix-up on the skill tree. I think they need to look over Marksman a little bit more. But anyways, okay, so this is pretty solid. The gameplay is smooth. I would love to see this versus a boss, though. Boss fight. Oh, here we go. This one. And this one. All right. So 5 seconds in, he goes. Roughly. Okay, look at that DPS. That's pretty sweet. Not even 10 seconds in, she's halfway done. Yeah, that's smooth. Yeah. That's a sub 20 second kill. They haven't nerfed this since then, have they? 6 months ago. Yeah, I don't think there has been a nerf for this. Yeah. This is solid. Okay, so this is Shadow Cascade Umbro. Single target. It's a 8.5 or a 9. I'm gonna give it a 9. Clear. It's up there. Probably a 9.5. Tankiness. The low life version. He was running low life, but his ward was actually pretty weak. 4K ward. Why do you have 10 on tankiness? Is it the evasion stacking on top of the ward and glancing blow as well? Like, you have a lot of layers? Yeah, he has 4K here. He's got it up to 4K here. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the only way to get... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I've heard Nasher talk about it as well. I think 10K is definitely doable. But the only way to get to 2000 corruption is if you're incredibly tanky. So I can get behind a 10 on the tankiness here. It's certainly at a high risk for nerfage though, given these stat lines. Now, what do we think about season start for this build? How good is it for season start? Do we have his build planner? Oh yeah, we do. All right, let's check it. Tier 7 auras. I mean, probably doesn't have to be. Okay. In order to line up all of these 3 items though, the low life part is very, very endgame. The non-low life version, you can probably get away with. Yeah, there's no like item enabling unique that you must have. Yeah, I think this is a good build to start with, honestly. Because you just go non-low life early on. Idols. The Fizzpen idols? Or what? Which idols? I do agree it's at least 8 or 9. I agree with that. This pen one? He doesn't even have 4 of them. He has 1 pen idol. You think clear is not as high? Really, eh? I can't drop it below 9. I think this is probably one of the fastest clearing, highest content clearing builds in the entire game. I do believe so. We'll leave it. I think we'll leave it at 9.5. What else do we have at 9.5? We have Lightning Bug and Enro's Technique. Well, it's like a mix between the two. I think, I don't know. This build can speed clear Corruption 2000. It doesn't get any better than that. You think Plasma Orb is higher clear? We've got it at 9.5. But Plasma Orb, I don't know if it can wipe 2000 corruption as cleanly as this one as well. Maybe. Anyways, I think we can even give it 9 on the season start. And the build itself is either a 9 or a 9.5. I'm tempted to even give it a 9.5. We do not have any other 9.5s here though. This, if we give it a 9.5, we're saying this is the best build in the game right now. And I don't think that's wrong. I think that's fairly accurate. Yeah, I do need to know that. You're right. Yeah, I agree. This is probably the strongest build in the game. Definitely one of the strongest builds in the game. And it's definitely one that we will have to highlight. This is a no-brainer. It's gonna get nerfed. The low life part is guaranteed nerfed. The damage side, I'm not sure. They might leave it through. They might leave it as is. It would be kind of weird though, because they have in the past taken offense to builds that can kill 2000 corruption. I do think they should nerf it though. I do think they should nerf it. And it would be consistent. They do, yeah. It's too dominant. I agree. It deflates every other build because of how strong it is. I mean, how are you going to play Blade Dancer and go like, yeah, I'm going to run something else? You can't. You can't. Okay, but I think I'm happy with this setting or setup or ranking or whatever you want to call it. This is solid. This is legit. Something else, Shadow Cascade. I don't think Shadow Cascade is anywhere near as good, to be honest. But I need to see a video. Do we have a video? Shadow Cascade? It did not look impressive. This was Corruption 300. Do we have like a Jorah fight and a Corruption 2000 video for Shadow Cascade? That's what I want to see. Give me a Corruption 2000 or, you know, a tier 4 Jorah will do as well. That will give me a good idea of the DPS. No, for sure. SMK has like insane gear. I agree with that. But still, like 300 Corruption is weak. I'm just going to say it right now. Pretty much every single build that we have here can run 300 Corruption. Every single build here can run 300 Corruption. Even the garbage ones. You know, like, yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna call out any of the builds. Gear. Shadow Cascade gear. Well, here's his gear actually. I mean, these are not bad. These are the assumed ones. In the video? Sure. It's got a yellow belt. Tier 6 crit. Tier 6 melee flat. Crit cap SC is easier. With daggers, you scale melee throwing and no need crit chance. That's true. Crit chance is given to you. Free crit chance. I like that he's got like a casual Horn of Eukaros in his inventory. Very nice. I approve. Yeah, the gear is like 1 week of farming kind of gear. Maybe a couple weeks max. And that's definitely not crazy. No idols. Yeah, the no idols is a huge boon to tankiness. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I still don't have a clear idea of the damage capabilities though. Oh, he has lightning. Oh no, that's chakram. I don't want chakram. So what would you recommend for damage for idols if he's not running shadow daggers? Cleaver solution for low life cascade. Strength stacking is not as good for rogue, unfortunately. None of the skills are going to get the plus 4% damage. Oh, we got a hi from Bali. Hi, okay. Nice. It's good to see somebody. I haven't seen anybody say hi from Bali before. Welcome. Love to see it. I need to have a map. I need to put together a map and see how many explicit countries we've got joining in and saying, hey, hi from over here. We've gotten quite a few. Love it. Damage for idols, you can get crit chance per sword and percent damage. I love the 5% 30 health 2x1s though. I would have a hard time dropping those. Unless you can fit that 9% health 3x1s, that can replace. If you can fit 9% 3x1 plus a good suffix in it, like a really good damage suffix, I think that can be a good replacement, or rather upgrade. But yeah, we're on the same page. Bossing, you might switch. Yeah, that's reasonable. I like that. But okay, give me a number, guys. Hi from Singapore. Yes. We've got one more. I got to start a list. I got to start a map. I need to get on that. Let me write a note somewhere. Tankiness is 10 again. Yeah, okay. That makes it easier. 10 tankiness. I think it's going to be slightly less accessible for season start because of melee. Oh, no, wait. You said melee crit is easy. You think 5 or 6 for single target? So 5 or 6, let me just give you guys a bit of a ballpark for what I would expect for a 5 or 6 single target. To me, that means, let's say 45-second Jorah. Maybe 40. In that ballpark. So, like, do I have something like that? Yeah, Frostbite Glacier. Frostbite Glacier 6.5. Yeah, so 6. This is probably, yeah. 6.5 is probably generous for that. We'll bump it down to 6. I want to be consistent. Yours is probably 6, but your gear isn't as good as SMK. Oh, well, how many seconds, Wara, for Jorah? What do you think? Yeah. Okay. Thanks, man. Thank you. That's going to be a good one to check. Because, we can guess at it, but if we have solid stats, that's always far better. And then clear, I think it's going to be worse. The AoE is worse. You cannot send out Umbral Blades and just get something cleared out from a distance. So to me, that's a major detraction. So I'm going to give it an 8 on clear. Maybe an 8.5. I think Wara is going to try and push me for an 8.5. But honestly, I would even drop the tankiness, to be honest. Because you got to be up close and personal. Like, being able to kill enemies from a distance is a hidden tankiness buff. It's tankier than SD, 100% glancing. Does an SD run 100% glancing? Shadow daggers? I'm writing some of the countries that we've seen over the last 1 year, including today. So we got Bali and Singapore today. Okay, I'll add more later. All right, so unless you get chest implicit, but that's hard with exam. You need a dagger to proc SD. from Umbro Blades. Oh, glancing blow from the swords passive. I do believe I know what you're talking about. Let me check. It's this one at the bottom here. Glancing blow chance with 2 swords. Ah. Yeah, 40% glancing blow is huge. Yeah. I know what you mean now, guys. That makes sense. I remember that now. I haven't run Rogue in so long. That was a good refresher. That was a good refresher. Okay. Okay, fine. We'll leave it at 10 tankiness. Fair enough. 100% glancing blow. With double swords. Dual wield swords. Season start. Season start. Okay, nice. Acolyte list is next. Acolyte. I'm excited for Acolyte list as well. I've run a lot of Necro builds, I'm going to be honest. And Lich as well. Nice. Oh, are you running a... Hey, and if you're running a build that we don't list, you're going to have to ask me to add it and give us details. You have to. I want to be as complete as possible for a lot of the top tier builds. I mean, I'm okay with skipping some of the worst ones, but let's see. Okay, so thank you. How are we doing on time here? So we're 2 hours in. We probably should hurry up with Rogue. I'm slow. Okay, let's see. There's a tankier version of both of these builds with attribute stacking, but you haven't heard anybody talking about them. Season start is great again, but not as good as SD just because SD is OP. Yeah, SD is so smooth early. This one you gotta actually stack some of the damage bonuses, don't you? How is the mana management for Shadow Cascade? You just get the mana per shadow and you're okay? And the mana refund? These two make it okay? Is mana ever a problem? We'll give it a 7. And then single target. We just need confirmation on single target. I'm kind of guessing it's going to be roughly an 8.5 build. So still really strong, but slightly worse than Shadow Cascade SDs. And again, far less likely to get nerfed. So we'll give it a 7 chance on nerf. Because if it's running low life, and let's add low life so it's the same thing. VK Void Cleave. No, we don't have Void Cleave right now, Cuckoo. Do you think it's worthy? I haven't seen anything amazing with Void Cleave, honestly. It's okay so long as you don't get cooldown. If you get cooldown, you need to look at improving your mana situation. I see. Equal to some of the mage builds. Glacier crit. I mean, Glacier crit is phenomenal. So 8.5, guys, is an extremely strong rating. 8.5 Hydrahedron. That's great. Yeah. Lightning Blast Spark Charges is a 9. Yeah. We got a bunch of 9s on Mage. Unfortunately, Sentinel does not have anything over 8.5. We got Enros Technique at 8.5. That's the highest. And then Primalist, we've got 999. No 9.5s. But that's fine. These are great builds. Lightning Bug, another great build, 8.5. So 8.5 is an absolutely phenomenal build, actually. It looks like. VC, Void Cleave, is mostly a movement skill for you. Yeah, they did add that movement capability. I have used it as well. You think SC might be 8 overall? Well, if people have pushed 2000 corruption with it, let's see. If this is, let's see the single target. 5 mil on dummy, not min-maxing. That's not bad. That is not bad. And it ruins everything else you try. Let's leave it 8.5 for now, and let's get a single target quote from Woro though. I'm curious what he's gonna be able to do. Woro, here we go. So let's pick a threshold. If Woro can kill Jorah tier 4, in let's say, let me think, what's a good threshold for 8 versus 8.5? If you can pop Jorah in under 30 seconds, I think that's a very simple threshold, right? 30 seconds. I think 30 seconds is probably like a 7.5. So if you can do a 30-second Jorah, then you get a 7.5 here. That means an 8.5 here. I think that's fair. If it's under 30 seconds, if it's under 40 seconds, then we're going towards the 6 category. And then it might be an 8. I don't know. It's hard to push it down to an 8 though. If the tankiness is crazy high, 100% glancing blow, if you can run low life with crazy tankiness. Let's see the single target. Did I cover the Ignite Frost Claw? So I do have a kind of an Ignite Frost Claw. This Ignite Glyph of Dominion is technically also a Frost Claw. Frost Claw damage is not negligible. It is actually very significant against single target. Glyph of Dominion is what you use to clear basically everything around you. And then Frost Claw is an amazing supplement for single target. That is this one right here. This one right here. It's true. There are some builds that if they're crazy tanky, you don't even care about Jorah. You can just close your eyes and kill her. But it's more about single target DPS counter. It just gives us a gauge on how much DPS does this build actually dish out. Permafrozen Jorah. Yeah. And most of these builds, honestly, a lot of these builds, they can kill Jorah with your eyes closed, you know? So it's more about a DPS counter for me. Like getting a sense of how much DPS are we running. Oh, you replace Glyph with Snap Freeze in this one here. Hey, that's funny. Easy boss time. And you can run that as a flex, I guess. Is Ignite Fireball any good? I mean, maybe that could be a Meteoric Fireball build or slot right here. It could be an Ignite and it could be a crit version for Meteor Fireball. I haven't decided whether I want to include it yet. We'll see. I need to get some numbers, benchmarks on this one, and then we'll decide whether to keep it or not. But yeah, we've seen some crazy crits with Meteor. Not sure if it's too legit in Arena or rather in monos, but we'll see. 2 charges, 2-second cooldown on Void Cleave is not bad, you're saying? Yeah, maybe. I just haven't seen the damage be pushed too high. You don't have damage idols, Woro? That's okay. Let's just see how decent of a kill you get. What is your gear like? Do you have tier 7 affixes? Just to give us a sense of how good your gear is. Sinoka, you're saying Frostbite Frostclaw is main build for Jorah? Yeah, we definitely have Frostbite Frostclaw. It's not actually that amazing in terms of DPS, single target, but the tankiness is so crazy, you just don't even need to care. SMK got 800 corruption with Fireball Meteor. Crit or Ignite? 40 to 45 seconds without damage idols. Crit Fireball Meteor. Okay. Yeah, that's very respectable. And those are not going to get nerfed. Fireball Meteor, yeah, isn't getting nerfed. I think we can put a 7 here. Pure Shadow Cascade. So I think 8.5 is fair, honestly. I think that's fine. Slight risk of nerf because of the low life part, but I think that's fine. Okay, let's move on because I'm doing this pretty slow. We gotta get to Acolyte at some point as well. Lightning Shuriken. I ran this a long time ago, and from my recollection, it was a pretty smooth Jora kill. It was like a 20-30 second Jora kill, no? Maybe even faster. This is one of the better single target ones, I think. This could be like a 9 for single target or an 8. It's somewhere in that range, 8 to 9. Do we have a video anywhere? Unfortunately, I don't have a build guide for mine because I was running that one before I started my YouTube channel. Do we have Lightning Shuriken? Let me actually get these links here. Ta-da! This one goes here. And then here's the build planner for it. Might be a little outdated. Still strong. Good enough. We'll fix it later. Lightning Shuriken. Oh, you don't like Chakram though? I don't like Chakram. Sorry, I haven't run Chakram. I like the shotgun Shuriken one with like 5 Shurikens, shotgun burst. And if you have the shadows, all of them sending 5 Shurikens a pop. Oh, it's so nice. Okay, so this is Chakram. Yeah. That one is fun. The one where you shoot in the line is fun. I agree. It feels cool, that build. Pierce is crit multi. This guy's not running low life. Doesn't have infinite riches. This is roughly 500 corruption, I guess. Yeah, pretty decent. His health is bouncing a little bit more than I'd like, though. Oh yeah, the conversion node. Shurikens. This one, right? Yeah, there it is. Ricochet. Wait. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Right. I haven't tried it with that one, actually. I like the Pierce one, actually. I like the Pierce one when I ran it. The Pierce one felt smooth. Deadly aim here. Yeah. Do we have a video anywhere on that one? Oh, I have so many things open. Let me clean up a little bit. Shadow Cascade. Here's the build guide for that one. Let's close it down. Shadow HOA Marksman. Okay. Let's close that down as well. And what is this? So in here, if we go Blade Dancer and then Shurikens, what's the most recent stuff? Shadow Cascade, Blade Dancer, Shadow Assassin. But does it? What does it do? Is it single target, or rather single line blow up stuff? Not many build guides for some reason. Maybe I'm not searching in the right place. Maybe I should go check some of those other websites. Okay, let's close this as well. Let's give it a quick search, I guess. Last Epoch Shuriken. Let's try a few of these. Oh, he's also using Chakram. Okay. Do we have a non-Chakram version? This is also Chakram. Everybody's running Chakram, dude. Chakram? Chakram again? Is Chakram straight up better? I had great single target damage without Chakram. Basically, you get 5 shadows and they all shoot 5 shurikens each. It's legit damage. I used to run that a long time ago. Is there a shadow daggers in here? No. Yeah, that's fair, Waro. I think you're probably right. They need to make the hitbox on shurikens a little bigger. Yeah, on the tiny shurikens. The non-chakram ones. Hitbox is a little bit sketchy. But you send so many of them with your shadow, with your synchronized strike. Basically, you go synchronized strike into shuriken. And then that's 25 or so, maybe 30 shurikens that you send out each time with that. It's crazy. No, that's fair. Yeah, you don't have that many. You don't have the plus shadows. Do shurikens scale with area? Oh, actually, let's check if they have the area tag. Wow, they don't have the area tag. That is very strange. Take out points out of chakra and put elsewhere, and the planner's done. Fair enough. Can't run synchronized strike? Yeah, that's a big deficit right there. So, yeah, you're probably right, Cuckoo. But do we have like a Jorah fight showcase? At 300 corruption. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. He doesn't seem to have as many shurikens as I think he should. Oh, he really got hit hard. Yeah, I mean, it's decent. I would like to see something with the chakram as well. I could be wrong, and it could be the chakram is just straight up better. Oh, this guy's running it. Oh, this guy's not running it very well, I don't think. Okay, so we're not finding it. Do we have like a Jorah fight? Come on, bro. Give us a boss fight. He's got some sort of boss fights under the build guides. Trickster loves his rogues. Trickster is a major rogue fan. And I say that with the best intent possible. I like his commitment to the class. But honestly, I kind of feel like it's probably just a worse version, especially for clear. Yeah, I think it's probably under 30 seconds. Well, clear is okay. This person's running low life as well. Low life is king. I like how he went back for a set wand. Hey. And by the way, this also runs Umbral Blades with Shadow Daggers. Just so we're all on the same page here. Umbral Blade Shadow Daggers is part of this build as well. So it's a little bit of cheating right there. It's like free damage though. Why would you not? You must take advantage of that free damage. This is wave 500. I wonder if we go to the leaderboard, are we gonna see anything with shurikens up high? I'm gonna check. But okay. I'm gonna give it an 8 on single target, and I'm gonna give it a 7.5 on clear. It's probably not deserving of such a high clear. Tankiness is lower, but again, if you go low life, I mean, now I have to add low life on everything because low life is OP. Let's take out the low life and just give it less tankiness. I don't know, but then it's not apples to apples. Damn it! Damn it! I think it's pretty smooth to start as well. It doesn't require a lot of uniques. Let's check one of these. Do we have a planner, bro? No planner. No planner. I guess Liraka's Claws. I mean, that's not a must-have, though. Oh, he's going to have a planner. Trickster is going to have a planner. Here we go. Okay, let me check the leaderboard. One player. Rogue. Wave 654? How are these Corruption 2000 capable characters not able to clear 1000 waves of arena? I don't get it. I'm not building a Thorn Totems anymore. I do have the Thorn Totem somewhere. But yeah, I haven't worked on it in a while. Looks like the website froze up. I have it listed in this build tier list though. We have Thorn Totem right here, Shaman. One of the better builds out there. 21998. Welcome, by the way. So we have it listed in the tier list. We are just prepping right now a tier list for last Epoch launch for 1.0, just to help people get a sense of what's good, what's mediocre perhaps, and what they should avoid. Okay, so yeah, I think Shuriken's low life is okay, but the AoE is worse. Single target is okay. I'll give it an 8. That might be a little bit high though. I feel like that's generous. What's that on par with? Hail of Arrows. 8, 8, 8. Fizz Drive. Fizz Drive is strong. Suwan. Thank you for saying that, bro. I appreciate it. Thanks, man. Thank you. We're trying to be as diligent as possible to clean up this rank list here as well so that people can rely on it, and hopefully we don't have too many mistakes in it, because obviously a lot of these are a little bit subjective. So I try my best to be objective on the builds that I've made, because obviously I want my builds to be best, but some of them are not. Some of them just suck. Here's my worst one. Dragon Song Kel'Than. Unfortunately, I gave it a 5. I wish it was higher. I definitely think it's going to be higher when Marksman gets buffed. But I just can't be, you know, I can't give it a higher number and feel like I'm being fair at the same time. So, Lightning Shurikens. I would even give it a lower. Only because of the low life, we're giving it a 5 here on the nerf scale. I'm only giving it a 9 here because of the low life, honestly. Ugh, it doesn't feel right. All this low life confuses everything. It just muddies the tier list. Makes it tricky. Damn it. Okay. But yeah, I don't see Shuriken in the top arena rankings. I see the Flurry, Shadow Daggers. I see HOA Marksman. Another Shadow Daggers. Oh, there's a Shuriken at 537. Okay. Okay, there's another one at 420. Oh, alright, alright. It's not bad. Not too shabby. I definitely think HOA seems to be the best way to arena push. You just run around, pop it everywhere, smooth gameplay. So, it's a good build to highlight. I'm glad we have it here. Okay, so we're definitely going to highlight Shadow Dance or Shadow Cascade Shadow Daggers, low life. If I have a good build guide to reference for Lightning Shuriken low life, I might do that one as well. Because I don't want to highlight the pure Shadow Cascade because it's too similar to Shadow Cascade Umbral Shadow Daggers. Honestly though, Lightning Shuriken has a lot of similarities as well. It even runs Lyrakas. Yeah, Lyrakas is best in slot. Double Dagger. So that you proc the Shadow Daggers. It definitely has some similarities. Double Fulgurite. Okay, maybe this one. for now. We'll highlight. Yeah, I agree with you. Blade Dancer builds are a bit similar to each other. What else do we have for Blade Dancer, guys? What else should we highlight in here? I think Blade Dancer has a bunch of other good ones. The problem with Blade Dancer is just how ridiculously good Shadow Cascade Shadow Daggers is. It's hard to run other stuff. Ballista is no good right now, unfortunately. It needs a bunch of buffs. Dancing Strike is absolute trash. Lethal Mirage, I've seen people try and make it work. Ballista, you think one little change? Yeah, there are some things that could, if they benefited from your bow, that's probably what you're saying, right? Puncture, Shadow Daggers, Marksman, Hybrid Range Melee. I think I saw a video of that one. It didn't look amazing. If it inherited your base crit from low life passive. Oh yeah. Low life passive. Low life passive. Where is that one? Is it on Marksman tree? Blade Dancer? Oh, I thought we were talking about Ballista. I guess Ballista can be run as Blade Dancer. For some reason I thought Ballista Marksman. Ballista equals Marksman. I have this mental block. This one. Death's Door. Okay. This is also one of the reasons low life is so good. 24% damage reduction. It's crazy good. 24% flat crit. Wow. 24% flat crit. Crazy. Yeah, so, yeah. One of the problems with Blade Dancer is just this build is so strong. It overshadows a lot of the other builds. What is out there? Acid Flask is utter trash. There used to be a Poison Flurry build with daggers and with Blade Dancer, but that's not a thing anymore. Sadly. Or maybe it was Bleed, I don't remember. It was Poison though, I'm pretty sure it was Poison. Or maybe it can be, it could have been either, but then when they did some nerfs, it was no longer viable. It used to attack 4 to 8 times faster. Yeah, that sounds about right, I think. Yeah. It kind of seems like Rogue, or rather Blade Dancer, doesn't have very many damage options. Is Lethal Mirage? No, it's just a meme. Poison was busted as well. Back in the day when it used to, yeah, amp up your damage so much. Okay, maybe we just leave it like this and just do 3 builds for Rogue. Because the class only has 2 masteries unveiled so far, so 3 builds is fine, honestly. I would love to... Oh, we got a sub from Agent. Thank you for the sub. Thank you, welcome, and irashaimase. Nice. That's awesome. Lethal Mirage does a lot of damage, but it's so clunky for clear, isn't it? I know it's pretty decent for single target, Lethal Mirage. But is it viable for clear? What do you guys think? Do we have any Lethal Mirage experts? The one I really want to talk about is Flurry Multi-Shot. Unfortunately, it's just kind of weak right now, first of all. Second of all, it's just giga bugged, and that bug needs to get fixed. I love Flurry Multi-Shot, or just Multi-Shot. I want Multi-Shot Giant Slayer to be a thing. If I can run a Multi-Shot Giant Slayer, I will do it with such great pleasure. It's just such a cool skill, you know. Giant Slayer, you pop 15 projectiles hitting the same target. Oh, man. Please let it be a viable build. You think clear is okay? Okay. If you can find something at like, I don't know, pretty decent corruption, 300 is okay. It gives us an idea, but it's a little bit low. So anyways, Blade Dancer, we'll just leave a slot right there. And maybe we can start on Acolyte, guys. Acolyte has so many builds. We need to get started on it. And let's start it with Necro. Necro is quite different in playstyle compared to Lich. And we're gonna avoid the sacrifice bugs, so don't even talk about those. Don't even mention them. So we definitely have to do Flame Wraith. We definitely have to do Bone Golem. Bone Shatter, I think is what it's called. But that one I have right there. And I think we can probably run or show, or let's rather talk about cold damage Skelly army. That's a bit vague, I guess. So I'm talking about Skeletal Mage and Skeleton Archers. Cold damage, specifically. With the set, I think that's pretty good damage. If I remember correctly. I think that's pretty legit. Niche, you're saying you tried Lethal Mirage and it wasn't very good. Didn't have very good gear. But the scaling didn't seem good enough to get good enough. Yeah, let's see if we have a video. I feel like I might have also tested it as well. I can't remember, but I wasn't too impressed with it either. But let's see. I could be wrong, honestly. I could be just maybe I just didn't min-max it enough. But let's start talking here. Flame Wraith. This is a 10 to 12 second Jorah kill. It just destroys it. I think that's a 9.5. This is probably an 8.5. This is probably a 20 second kill. Yeah, 8.5 is good. Clear here is actually amazing. Because you can off-screen. So honestly, it's either a 9 or 9.5. We'll give it a 9 because you have to slow down to cast all your stuff. Hey Zenvorelf. Welcome, man. How you doing? Good morning. Good evening, good morning. Actually, it's good evening for you. That's my bad. It is definitely good evening for you, right? The cooldown is just too long. Okay, so I had it first. Yeah. You're like Austria, right? I thought Austria for some reason. Or Germany? Definitely EU. My memory is so bad, guys. Okay, good, good. I was just about to hedge. I was just about to start hedging. Oh, I got it right, Dust. I'm not doing this again. My memory is so awful, guys. I'm glad I was accurate that time. But yeah, the cooldown on Lethal Mirage is too long, niche. Yeah, I agree. It makes it very clunky. Zenvoref, we're through Mage, we're through Rogue, and the only masteries left are the Acolyte ones. So, you guys, let me know if you see something that I'm mislabeling or if you have input here. Yeah, I can add a link to the spreadsheet. I have it pinned actually in my Discord. So if you look at pinned messages in my Discord, there's a link. I have a link to this one in most of my last Epoch videos as well in the description. It's just a separate tab. You can see I have, these are actually my YouTube build guides. And then this is last Epoch 1.0 prep, where we actually go beyond the builds that I have made guides for and include a lot of the current top tier content builds as well. So Flame Wraith clear is probably pretty high. The only annoying thing is you have to cast frequently. And that slows you down, so the speed maybe can be a little questionable. But you can off-screen. You can off-screen, which I think bumps it up a bit. So I'll leave it at 9. The build is phenomenal. Tankiness? Tankiness, what did I have it at? I probably had it at S+ here. Tankiness, honestly, it's very high. It's 9 or 9.5. The album is a little bit annoying, it's true. But once you get used to it, it's not that bad. I have to say, it's not that bad. Certain boss fights can be problematic, though. But the damage is so high, boss fights become a joke as well. So, low life has pushed it down a bit. Once low life is out of the way, this 9 becomes a 10. A physics Olympiad. Cuckoo, you've gone to the physics Olympiads there, hey? That's pretty sweet. Yeah, I think 9. It's either 9 or 9.5. Basically, life stacking caps out at like 9 right now. And then season start, I mean, it does require that staff, but you can make do even before you get the staff. It's not that bad. Oh, the idols. Yeah, the idols are kind of important. Where is it? I'm trying to find my build planner for it. There it is. I found it. Oh. Yeah. I mean, a lot of these are not must-haves. The idols and the weapon are more important. Okay, Sunoka looked for Lethal Mirage, and let's see. Only this decent video you found was Dread's Bleed one, and he did show Jorah fight and some monos at 300 corruption, but nothing that great. Yeah, I don't think it's worth mentioning then, probably. The Shadow Dagger low life? Currently, low life is kind of OP in the current patch because of the fact that you can get low life conversion in chest, boots, and gloves. And so the most meta thing right now is to run low life in your Frostbite Shackles if possible. I mean, ideally, right? If you can have like tier 7 low life conversion. And then you just get ridiculous tankiness. Yeah, your EHP is far, far better with low life. And you get 25% damage reduction from that one passive on Blade Dancer. This is basically the best build in the game right now. One of the best builds. I shouldn't say the best build in the game. It is certainly one of the best builds in the game. I have it ranked higher than anything else in here. Is it the best? I mean, in a lot of aspects it is, but yeah, it's just phenomenal. Yeah, you don't lose any DPS. You lose no DPS whatsoever. Yeah. And you get a lot of tankness from low life. So it's just a straight up win. If you have... Maybe it does lose a little bit from the chest piece. Losing affixes. Oh yeah, and that's a huge crit multi actually on the Literakas. Good point. Good point. The bug with Flurry is just like infinitely fast attacking agent. I've seen it where Flurry shoots so many arrows, the game just crashes. Pure SC loses nothing, switching to low life. That's a good point. But yeah. So Flame Wraith. Season start. I don't know. I will give it a 6 or a 5. Because you have a few requirements to hit. But overall, the build is great. So I'm going to give it... I'll give it a 9 or an 8.5. What do you guys think? Will I be playing Legacy? I'm only going to be playing Legacy to test builds and to test certain things. 9 it is. Yeah, I can get behind a 9 here. Yeah, I'm not going to be playing Legacy to actually level any characters or anything like that. I'm going to be playing Seasons. The Cuckoo, you tried Flurry with Dragon Song proc and couldn't finish boss because it lagged and froze every time. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. Super giga bugged. That's getting fixed for sure. You always find the idols that are annoying to find. The reason to not play Legacy? I don't know. I find Seasons to be exciting. You know, starting up a new character from scratch. Kind of like that in a lot of ways. And also, I mean, don't get me wrong. If there's like something that I need to test in Legacy, I'm going to go ahead and test it in Legacy. So, it's not that I'm not going to play it, period. It's just I'm going to level on Season. Yeah, I highly value having testing characters in the internal season on Legacy. Farming stash tabs is annoying. I hope they make it a little bit easier. You started the generic Shadow Dancer, Blade Dancer, or Shadow Dagger Blade Dancer, and you're really enjoying the high risk, high reward play style. Oh yeah, there's 100. Low life is getting nerfed across the board, 100%. I have a lot of low life builds listed here, and you can see the nerf risk. Every single low life build is a 9 or a 10. I'll put these at 9 because the damage side might be okay. Wait. Oh yeah. Okay, that's different. That's Bow Mage Flurry. Put this at 9. Yeah. Okay. Low life and ward are getting nerfed. Not necessarily shadow daggers. I don't know about shadow daggers. I think it deserves a nerf, but I'm not sure whether or not EAG are going to nerf it. I think low life deserves a nerf so much so that I'm highly confident that a nerf will come. Shadow daggers is due a nerf, you think? I kind of agree. Nothing has been announced officially. It's just, you know, if I was a dev, this is what I would do kind of mentality. But I could be totally off. So don't listen to me. Wait for the patch notes and let's see if we can check it together. Agent, you're saying you're new to the game? Went Marksman before you knew detonating arrow was bugged? So now you're playing it with dual detonating daggers? Yeah, those detonating daggers are bugged, right? The AoE is not working as it should, is what I remember. Judge Banks is saying that Falconer likely having throwing action. Is Falconer gonna have a lot of throwing stuff? I don't know enough about Falconer. And you're saying if it has throwing action, throwing builds will probably not be there. That is a good guess. That is a good guess. They do like to release OP classes, so I would not be surprised if you're correct, Judge Banks. That's a good one. That's a good guess. Agent, you're saying it's under... Yeah, I agree. I tested it as well. It was awful. It was not fun. They need to fix the bug on the AoE. Glass cannon, risk reward ratio. Well, Shadow Dagger is actually super tanky once you fully optimize it. Amp. They could take the melee scaling off. They could probably get away with taking that off and still have a super good build, honestly. The melee scaling just pushes it into crazy damage territory. Anyways, okay, so we have Flame Wraith. It's a firm 9. Nerf risk? Nerf risk, I think, is low. I'll put it at a 2. I think the build has been performing really well for a long time. So it could get nerfed, but I honestly don't think it will. Let's do Bone Golem, Bone Shatter. Flame Rays, when did they get nerfed, Sanoka? When? What do they nerf, Niche? What would they nerf? I think it has to be Flame Wraith. The no movement node. Oh, the percent damage multi. Oh, I don't remember that. The drain life, I think it's okay. I haven't actually tested this after the nerf, actually. Let me check the nerf. Let me see if I have a window open with the forums. 0.92. Patch notes. Found them. There we go. Patch notes. And then we go Control F. Flame Wraith? Oops. Bug fixes. Skills. Patch note updates. No. Skills. Okay, here. This is Mage. Wait. Where's Acolyte? Why is it not showing up? These are bug fixes. No. Oh, I gotcha. It's not giving me a hit. Acolyte? Not giving me a hit. So maybe there, are you sure there was a patch on 0.92? There was like a nerf on that? You're planning on playing Legacy? Do I think it's wise to continue investing in a generic Shadow Dagger build for 1.0? I don't know. I think it's still gonna be legit. The damage side is still gonna be good. The low life side might get nerfed. Yeah, Sinoka, that sounds familiar to me as well. I think you're right. I do remember a nerf to that one node as well. I'm fairly certain you're right. Let me open that up. So if we go and look at flame wraiths, static up here. No. Yeah, this used to be like 80%. Yeah, this used to be like 80% damage multi. Honestly, that's fine. We can bump this down to like 9 single target. It's still a really good build. It's still a really solid build. It was 0.9. You don't plan to low life, then you're probably less affected. It is very possible that they nerf Shadow Daggers, but I'm less certain on that one. I would put that at a, I don't know, at a 6 risk of nerfage. I don't know, maybe a 5. I don't know. I'm guessing. Don't even listen to me. Totally guessing here. All right, so I think we've got Flame Wraith fairly well defined here. I do think it's probably an overall 9 or maybe 8.5 build. Clear, I mean, it's not as zoomy as some of the other builds, but certainly the fact that you can off-screen is amazing. It used to be 60, now it's 45. Okay. All right. I see it. Thanks, man. Yeah, that's a very minor nerf. I'm going to leave this at 9.5. And then this is fine at 9. Okay. Let's move on to Bone Golem and Bone Shatter. I've spent a long time on flame rates. Luckily, I have a build guide for that one, so I can utilize that. Bone Golem and Bone Shatter. 8.5 on single target. I think it's reasonable. What do they have here? I updated this as well. Bone Golem and Bone Shatter. 25 to 30 seconds. That could even be an 8. That might be an 8. Put that at an 8. That's fine. Clear. Clear, I think it's great. The clear to me feels great. A lot of people find it clunky because you have to babysit your bone golem and send it ahead of you. But I find it to be pretty good. I'll put it at an 8.5. Tankiness is great. It's honestly 9 or even 9.5. It's a little bit situational though, because you can pre-buff to like 10, 15,000 ward. And then if you lose all that ward, it takes a little bit of time to regain it. So it's very tanky though, overall. It's either a 9 or a 9.5. And then season start, I will put this way higher actually. I think this is a great season starter. Let me double check the item requirements. In my build planner, Necro Bone Golem. Oh yeah. The only one that you really need is Twisted Heart. And even that is not a must-have to set your build up. So overall, I'm probably going to put it at 8.5. Could be a 9 as well. Could the Golem Totem aspect of Flame Wraith? Which one is that one? Golem Totem. You mean like Bone Golem Totem? Sorry, what do you mean? The Golem Totem aspect of Flame Wraith. Oh, you mean this Locust of Death? Is this the one you mean? Okay. Right. So you're talking about the Flesh Harvest. Yeah. Yeah. I think that could get nerfed. It's a really clever mechanic usage though. So honestly, I'm okay with them not nerfing it. Because this is what I'm talking about. Here's a really cool mechanic that it takes a little bit of tinkering with to take advantage of. But at the same time, it gives you stupid numbers, stupid benefits. So maybe it doesn't deserve a little bit of a nerf here. So if they reduced Flesh Harvest so that it's per, let's say, 5% missing health, you get 1% per point, I think that would be more fair. Hey, World, thanks for coming by, man. Take it easy. Have a good one. Max range for the effect. So you're talking about spectral distance, that one? No, I get that. I get that. I know what you mean. It's hard for me to tell whether that deserves a nerf or should get nerfed. Maybe. It's definitely a massive boon to the build. So if they nerf that, the build will be quite a bit weaker. So, I would actually put that, this at 3. With the stationary A-bomb, maybe that's something AG target. I don't know. The Bone Golem Bone Shatter, though. Very well-rounded build, in my mind. And even this, I can bump it to 8.5 because of how smooth and tanky the build is. You can certainly have a good time killing bosses. Single target is pretty legit. The all-res armor. Oh yeah, I think they need to nerf the all-res. Yeah. It's they should not have skills that give you 50% all-res. That's stupid. That's dumb. I am very, very much against that. 50% all-res for free is silly. Let's get rid of that. I mean, not get rid of it, but like nerf it significantly. I would love them to nerf this one because it just trivializes itemization so much. No single point. This is 1 point. This is 1 point in your skill tree that you get 20 points in. For 1 point, you get 50% all-res. That's just simply not acceptable. I'm guessing they had it in mind that you're never going to have 100% uptime on this. But yeah, for 100% uptime, 50% all-res, no, that's not cool. That is not cool. So you could see it having problems with future boss designs to drop the album in a safe zone and then never having a risk. Current bosses, though, you can't really do that. But I see what you're saying. They kind of have to make boss designs in a way where it has to be a very contained space that every single square of the space is at risk of damage. Yeah, that's a good point. I agree. It kind of pigeonholes them into boss design of that kind. And you can't resummon album. You lose a bunch of DPS, and it is clunky. It is costly, but you can do it. Glyph of Dominion gives you 7% all res for 1 point. So contains that. Glyph of Dominion, though, it's still clunky in that you have to be on top of it. Contempt, you can have 100% uptime. You cannot. I mean, you can decently, reliably have 100% uptime on Glyph of Dominion, but I think the uptime on Drain Life is much more reliable. And it gives you 50% more armor. Multiplicative armor. Multiplicative armor. Crazy. Say purple bird. You can drop it outside of the arena as you walk to the arena. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Anyways, I think as a lifelong Bone Golem fan, I think I'm going to highlight Bone Golem. This is my personal bias coming through, guys. Bone Golem fanboy coming through right here. I'll give it a 1 for nerfage. It's possible, but highly unlikely. I think. I could be wrong. Obviously, I've been wrong many times in the past. But the fact with Bone Golem is they've already nerfed it a bunch of times. And not many people are using Bone Golem anymore. I think it's pretty good, man. Maybe I'm biased. It's definitely worse in clear and single target than Flame Wraith. A lot of people don't like the fact that you have to and you must click A a lot. You have to click A and always push your Bone Golem to be ahead of you. So that's a little clunky, but if you get used to that and you make it seamless for you, I think it's pretty smooth. But yes, the clunkiness is what makes me think that they would not nerf it. Anyways, do we have any experts on running cold damage skellies? Yeah, I'll be doing Lich as well. Today. We're going to get through Lich. Let's get through this. Let's go fast because I'm going way too slow. So we got to get this done here. Acolyte Necro cold damage skelly army. They might add some new pet AI with Falconer. No, like a bunch of mages, a bunch of skelly mages, and a bunch of skelly archers. Like max skelly archers, max skelly mages. I think you're better off running multiple rather than just one. And cold damage with the fancy offhand set piece. This one, Lich Scorn. Okay, you're saying, are you ignoring volatile zombie builds altogether? Patch notes pretty much explains that will be nerfed. Oh, yeah. What did they say exactly they'll be nerfed? Not all builds centered around volatile zombie are using bugs. Yeah, if it's not using the bug, we can list it. But if it's using the sacrifice bug, we're just going to avoid it. The sacrifice bug is a no-no. I'm not even going to waste my time listing them. Because that is way more broken even than Flurry. Flurry, at least it crashes your computer. So there's a downside to it. With Sacrifice, there's no downside. Cold Army? No, not the freeze lock one, but the one that actually specs for damage. Maybe nobody's run it. Maybe I need to run it. Lich Scorn. And then Cold Pen per int. At least it crashes your computer. At least it has a downside, right? You can't actually abuse the bug to its fullest extent. The Archmage version is okay. See, another one I've ran is like Archmage Sacrifice. It sucked. So the Archmage casting Sacrifice, it was bad. Let's be real. Curse feedback loop on the Bone Golem. So you're saying other players could pop your Bone Golem too? What was that, Judge Banks? I haven't seen that actually. Tell me about that. Tell me more. Now I'm curious. How's the tankiness of Shadow Dagger Blade Dancer with dodge and Death Scrap compared to Lone Life? It's a good question, Amp. I'm not an expert. If I were to take a guess, I would put it probably at like 8 or 9. So it's still really, really tanky. It's just low life is a definite upgrade. But low life is an upgrade for pretty much anything in this game right now. It's just a matter of can you fit it. Low life is just too good right now. And it's not ward that is too good. It's low life ward that is too good. I want to be clear there. Yeah, so I'm probably going to skip Archmage Sacrifice. What else? Yeah, you're welcome, man. There used to be an Assemble Abomination single target build for like boss killing, but that was very memey because it sucked for monos. It was just basically, let's kill Joro in 2 hits or maybe 1 hit kind of build where you have an infinite loop of skeletons giving you like, what was it? This one right here, 30% more damage per minute consumed and an infinite loop. And they nerfed the cleave. They also nerfed the infinite loop, I think. I don't think you can run infinite loop anymore. It used to clear. Yeah. They've had a lot of buffs and nerfs to Album. Album used to have this massive AoE explosion of some sort. Then they deleted that. And yeah, the cleave, the infinite loop. Album is... Yeah, Album has seen better days. Now it's like a utility skill. Now you get stationary Album for your flame rates. What have they done to my poor boy, Album? Judge Banks, you're saying Bone Curse feedback was basically anytime the curse popped, it would cast Rip Blood. Rip Blood could hit your Golem. Your Golem could be cursed. And Pulse Thorns when it took damage from Rip Blood. They limited to make sure to be direct cast now. It was a nutty lich build. That sounds fun. Oh yeah, that the cold golem and cold mages is no good. No, that's no good. You don't run cold golem if you're gonna be running Skelly army. You don't want cold golem. Album needs a rework in many ways. Yeah, possibly. What else is good, guys? What else is good for Necro? Like we got Bone Golem and Flame Wraith. Is there an album build anywhere that is viable in the current patch? 900k, that's pathetic. That is pathetic. It used to be like probably like 50 mil, 100 mil with infinite loops. I mean, infinite damage is always nice, of course. Is there a summon volatile zombie build of some sort that is good and that isn't bug abusing? Yeah, bug sacrifice, unfortunately. Lich is all about bug abusing. Lich and Necro currently have this nasty bug with sacrifice. But what does damage Judge Banks? The little worms, they don't do any damage. They give you a lot of tankiness with the ward conversion. I don't think Harvest is good amp, unfortunately. I think Harvest, it's so sad because Harvest is one of the skills that they've buffed so many times. And they've put like 5 different uniques that have to do with Harvest. And the skill is still not viable. What is the bug with Rip Blood? Maybe I'm not aware of the Rip Blood bug. What is that one, Fiero? There is a volatile zombie build. It's just as insane as the bugged one. But it's not a building? Which one is it? Do you have a video of it? You made a Harvest Lich just for fun? But they nerfed Bone Curse recently at some point. Yeah. There's one guy that played Harvest to the Moon. Well, now I'm curious. What do you mean Harvest to the Moon? Did he get it to actually do damage? Rip Blood has a load of direct cast limitations. Is that right? He just played it. Oh, okay. He played it a lot despite it sucking. Don't worry, guys. I can see that ESG are huge fans of Harvest. You know what? Maybe Warlock will be the Harvest class. Oh, it's the guy that made the two-handed axe? He paid to make that axe then, right? Like that axe. I used that axe, right? No, wait. No, not that one. I used a different axe. You're talking about Death's Embrace. This one. We love Harvest. It kind of sucks though. Yep. I want Harvest to be good too. Please make it good, guys. You played it because of the new Lich model? It does look sweet. Judge Banks, you're saying might be bonkers. You don't know, you haven't played since multiplayer. Yeah, I think Bonkers had a bunch of bugs in it. But I think they fixed many of them, or maybe all of them. Cuckoo, you got a Joker kill with Void Cleave. Oh, okay, I'm curious. Let's see. Can you get it down below, let's say, 40 seconds? We'll give it an honorary mention up here. We'll drop it. We'll give it Sentinel Void Cleave. Void Cleave. Void Knight. You can't use Volatile Reversal. You can use it. You just have to wait long enough. You can use it. You just have to wait 4 or whatever seconds. It's a little risky, but if you count it in your head and if you're good at counting, which it turns out I'm not very good at counting in my head. I've died in Jorah using my Volatile Reversal so many times. It's quite embarrassing. You shared a video of the zombie build? The Ghost Maker. Oh, okay. The Ghost Maker. The dagger. Is it? The dagger. The Ghost Maker. Yeah, this one. Oh, it's 50 second. Okay. I thought you're saying it's a 5-minute kill on Jar. Let me check the Discord from Zamvorov here. Go away, dude. No ads for us. Okay, so Volatile Zombie. Give me a boss fight, bro. Give me a boss fight. Tier 4 Jorah. Here we go. Jorah just disappears, right? Yeah. Pretty sure this is bugged, eh? Is this bugged? I guess technically it's not a sacrifice bug. Is it? I don't think this is bugged, guys. I think technically they're just using the items. Yeah, this is not the sacrifice bug. Certainly not. It's not infinite damage. It's just really high damage, no? I don't think it's infinite, right? The zombies look sick, yeah. Longest draw kill record, 5 minutes. What build I'm most excited? Honestly, Warlock. I don't know what builds are going to be there, but brand new classes, that's what I'm most excited about. Warlock and Falconer. I'll probably start with Warlock and then maybe go into Necro, maybe Falconer. We'll see. I mean, they say infinite just to make it sound good, no? You just don't want Warlock to be like Necro damage? What do you mean? You don't like Necro damage? What do you mean? Necro damage is decent. Oh, the damage types. Hey, Amp, thanks for coming by, man. Have a good one. Good stuff. Thanks for the questions. It's good. It's very lively today. I love it. All right. So. I don't know. Do we list? Because it's a Necro Inferno Shade build, technically. The one that we saw with the boss erasing. You linked. This looks decent. Honestly, I was theory crafting it myself. I'm not sure whether or not there's a build guide for it. I just thought cold damage Skelly mages plus Skelly's archers would be pretty good damage. Why harvest? Why harvest? So harvest seems out of place. Jet shade is good. Transplant's good. Okay. All right. Minion aura is, I think, pretty decent. Anyways, especially these are going to be pretty squishy minions. He doesn't seem to have a YouTube though. No videos provided. Oh, you want to proc Apogee. Fair enough. Okay. Procking Apogee. Yeah, okay. I forgot about that. You're right. Hit an enemy with immediate attack. Blah, blah, blah. Do you have dying minions, though? Maybe with the shades. Maybe. The bug you were talking about was Bone Curse. Cursed limbs. And then cast Bone Curse through trap. Yeah. I was using that bug as well for a while. But they fixed that one. This looks like very close to what I would imagine for a cold damage build. Yeah, I think I've seen this SMK one. He also deletes Jorah in like a second. I don't want to see the sacrifice bug though. I think SMK, I don't think he uses sacrifice bug. Is this number one arena one? This is sacrifice, right? All the explosions are sacrifice, right? Or are they the zombies? 40,000 ward? Because the zombies can proc sacrifice. So it doesn't have to be on his skill bar. Who needs frames indeed? 27,000 ward. Yeah, I don't understand it when people keep the screen shaking. I cannot stand the screen shaking. It is absolutely the worst. Especially for SMK who plays this game a lot. How does he survive? How does he survive? Sacrifice necro. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so this is really bad because it's abusing a bug, unfortunately. Sacrifice right now. Why does he keep killing his own minions though? What is that? Okay, that gives you ward, I guess. It even froze Jorah. Oh, that's so silly, dude. That is so silly. Minion health for max ward. You don't think it's using sacrifice bug? Well, let's check the planner. Yeah, he has sacrifice. He's definitely using sacrifice bug, no? If you have sacrifice, where is the sac proc? Oh, sac proc is here. What is procking sacrifice then? The top left is bugged as well. Creating zombies with negative mana in infinite loop. Right. Yeah. Volatile zombie altogether has a lot of bugs in it, so I think we probably want to steer clear of it, even though there's probably a bunch of cool builds with it, unfortunately. I really wish, this is something I strongly disagree with when it comes to EHG. They took this philosophy that they're not going to bug fix mid-patch. I think mid-patch, if it's a massive bug that's getting like 2,000 waves on Arena and easy peasy, that's something I think they should bug fix. I think they need to look at the severity of the bug. If it kind of just deletes a certain skill because all of a sudden you can only use the bugged version of the skill, that's no fun. I want to be using clean skills. I don't want to be using these giga bugged skills, you know? You think they would fix more stuff mid-patch after? I don't know, man. I think they came out and they said we don't want to be fixing mid-patch. We want to leave the arena as is and fix after the patch. With the next big patch. You don't think they're the most technically inclined? I don't know. Maybe. I think what they've put out so far is pretty solid technically. I mean, it's got a bunch of bugs, but I think some of these bugs are incredibly technically easy to fix. I honestly think some of the bugs that are game breaking, like the sacrifice bugs, and what else? The flurry bugs, I'm pretty sure those should be easy to fix. I mean, flurry used to be fine. What did they introduce that bugged it? It should be an easy fix. They announced what's going to be fixed from 1.0. That's no, yeah. Zombies are gonna get fixed, right? Okay. It was more like we don't want to nerf OP builds. Yeah, I'm okay with not nerfing OP builds mid patch, but I think they've blurred the lines between OP and bugged, and they've said, "Oh, well, it's an OP." You know, they literally had the bug fix for the sacrifice ready. If you guys remember, I don't remember where I saw them say this, but they said that they had the sacrifice bug fix ready. They were literally about to roll it out, and somebody made the call, "Oh, don't do it. Let's just roll it out with the big patch." And this was like months ago. So it's not like it's a tough bug to fix. It's not like they didn't do it, they didn't have the capacity. No, they had it done, and for some reason it was a philosophy decision. SMK uses double zombie ring, these ones. Psychoputrescence. Your volatile zombies have a chance to resurrect it to 100% divided number of zombies. So why do you use these zombie? Sorry, why does he want 2 of these rings? Like, just to get a lot of free zombies? Yeah, I guess let people have fun in beta. But what is going to happen when 1.0 rolls out? I think I remember them saying they had it ready somewhere. I could be wrong, but I thought I saw it. You've looked at some of the stuff, the code. When you look at elements of the game outside of Unity's game engine, like connection migration, calculation, you see it's a bit messy. No more fun in 1.0. So this is a free res on the zombies. So this means, does it stack additively so you can have 2 zombies at the same time? The PoE trade mafia. Those TFT people, keep the TFT people out. Yeah. Keep all of this trade nonsense, not the extreme versions of it. Let us have our market. That's good that we have our market that EG are developing for us. Okay, so Niche, you actually sent a video of the boss fight, 28 seconds with Cold Army. Is this the same one? This is a bit old. Oh, 1.5 years ago. And I think since then, they've released the set item. The, what do you call it? That set offhand. The Lich Scorn? That came after that. Oops. So... let me check the planner. Thanks, man. Oh, it does have the Lich Scorn. I thought it came after. Well, 30 seconds is not phenomenal. It's not bad either, though. 30 seconds is very respectable. So maybe we'll just quickly throw it in there. Let's throw it in there. So 30 seconds. I mean, we'll give it a 7.5. Clear is probably a little bit slow because you can't teleport ahead of your guys. Probably a little squishy. But season start, it should be really solid. I'd probably put it, 7 season start. You don't think it's squishy? 3.5k life. I mean, that's a good point. 10k ward? Oh, wait. He does have 10k ward. I guess he's spamming Ribblood. Oh. Interesting. Okay. The thing is, though, when you're running monos, you're not gonna have that opportunity to spam red blood as much. That's good though. Okay, so I'll definitely bump up the tankiness. How much does he start with? Very interesting. Yeah, I think this build's legit, guys. It's a little bit clunky because, you know, it's a minion build, so you gotta be careful where you go, where you teleport. Oh, he also doesn't have a room for teleport. And that's probably okay. Yeah, so that's gonna take... If you don't have teleport, your clear speed's going down. But tankiness definitely going way up. We can probably put it at 8 or 9. Morning from Germany. All right, we got Germany, we got Austria. I should add them to my list here. I'm going to start a list. I'm going to start a map of all the countries we've gotten good mornings from and good afternoons. Skeleport. Oh, yeah, they did add the Skeleport. But that was after 2022. See, he's not clicking A. He needs to be clicking A a lot more actively. And pushing his minions ahead of him. So I think this could be a little bit smoother with just slightly different mechanical gameplay. Yeah, yeah. 1 point into Skellyport. Yeah, the tankiness is decent. I'll give it an 8.5 for tankiness, honestly. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's definitely solid. And then clear is okay. The build is nice though. I think this is definitely a legit build. And I do think it can be pushed in terms of single target DPS a little higher. Because that video is from a year and a half ago. So I certainly think we can push everything a bit higher. Clear though, clear is a bit slow. Like the damage isn't lacking necessarily, it's just the clear is a bit sluggish. But maybe there's some new technology we can discover. I think I want to put this build at like 7.5-ish range. Yeah, this is what I wanted to try with my Necro. You got it, you figured it out, Niche. You already know it. I'm giving hints here of what I wanted to run on a Necro. Milo P, you're saying once Flurry is fixed, where does that leave the build? You want to preface by saying you're not currently using the ward build? Where you get insane defense? You mean Flurry multi-shot, right? Milo? Is that the one you're talking about? Flurry multi-shot? This is the late Christmas themed build. Yes. And then we can all run this build and max every single minion. Forget these shades, man. Nobody needs shades. Unlike the other one that didn't work. Not all builds can work, unfortunately. Sad face. All right. Cuckoo, you sent me a link? Oh, okay. You sent me the link for the cleave fight. All right, let's check it out. Nice. Thanks, man. Let's check it out. Oh, this is the entire clear? Oh, cool. All right. I like how you can go through the gates. Gate hacks. I'm going to go to Jorah. I want to see the Jorah smoothness. Oh my god, the loading screens are tilting me. They remind me. Can we get loading screen fix EHG, please? I think they're gonna work on that. Oh, you got Rive going as well. That's no, it's multi-strike. Sorry, never mind. Could you run Rive actually? If it's a Void Knight build, you should be running Rive. I think Rive is better than multi-strike, no? Another one of the technical. That one is a big issue in my mind. I really wish they cleaned that one up a long time ago. I mean, you get pretty decent hits in there. It's all right. Tankiness is very low, but you put this build together very quickly, so you can't expect too much. And it's also not a life meta right now, so you can't expect too much. But yeah, it seems all right. Almost died 3 times. Almost died, but didn't. Hey, Anoni Mouse. Welcome. So, Milo, let's see. I am not a flurry expert, so I'm not exactly sure where this would land. What do you guys think? If the bug gets fixed, where does flurry multi-shot go? I don't think it's phenomenal right now. I just really like the build. I just really want the build to be good. I want to use multi-shot. Multi-shot, especially Giant Slayer, is one of the most fun things, I think. So unfortunately, yeah. Endurance wins. I don't know, you're saying you just started last Epoch? Enjoying Rune Master. Yeah, enjoy it for another month. They're going to probably nerf it a bunch. But you're told a lot of Rune Master bugs are built and getting fixed in 1.0. Yes, I suspect a ton of nerfs will be coming for Rune Master with 1.0. So, you can enjoy it for the next 1 month. That's another guarantees. Next 1 month, you're not going to see any nerfs. They're not releasing any patches until 1.0. Unless it's some bug fixes or something. But not build-related bug fixes, that's for sure. So you can enjoy Rune Master all you want for the next month. It's going to be smooth sailing. Bad Dawn is on a 3-stream streak. Nice. Welcome. Hey, man. They did say they were planning to buff some runic invocations. Oh, that's good to hear. I do think there's like 4 or 5 runic invocations that are way hard, stronger than the other ones. So I'm happy to hear that. Least mobile / zooming class. Probably Sentinel. Least mobile class. Because you have to have an enemy to target your charge. I'm leaning towards Sentinel. Mage is decently mobile, decently zoomy. Sentinel is just weak right now. Anoni, thank you for the sub, man. Thank you for the sub. And I'm glad you joined. Welcome and irashaimase. You think Voidclave makes you pretty mobile? I think Sentinel overall is just not in a great place right now. When they nerf a bunch of the other classes, it's going to be looking a lot more powerful. Problem is right now Mage, through Rune Master, has a lot of OP builds that just completely delete all content. Similar with Primalist, you know, there's a bunch of good Beastmaster and Druid builds, and even Shaman, even this Lightning Bug. All of those are really solid, really high content clear, and pretty zoomy builds overall. Marksman and Rogue, like I don't even need to talk about Blade Master. It's crazy zoomy. So it's between Sentinel and Acolyte. And on the Acolyte side, I'd say Necromancer is pretty sluggish. But Lich is zoomy. Lich is zoomy, Necro is sluggish. So it's between Necro and Sentinel. That's what I would say. So if you hate, you know, being sluggish, don't go Necro. Sentinel is actually, you know, it has a few okay options. About Multistrike, it gives the next Void Cleave damage and applies some bleed. Oh, okay. I forgot about that. See, there's just so many things to remember. Lich can have 2 move skills. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Lich is fine. Lich is zoomy enough that we don't need to worry about it. You're seeing bugged flurry comments back to March 2020. Yeah, that's when it bugged out. You started Sentinel when you played last Epoch, and it felt fast because of the double lunge. The lunge wombo combo. Right. Good morning, Azutoro. Oh man, we have a full house here. Yeah, so Niche, were there any like decent videos that highlighted Flurry before March? Before 0.9 released? No, I think it was 0.9 that it bugged out. Thanks, man, Niche. Fast bugged speed and Flurry not hitting anything. Yeah, it was 0.9. That was the big patch. 800 corruption. Now remember, 800 corruption in the new world is not going to be 800 corruption in the old world. But yeah, we're going to have some fun, man. It's going to be, likely it's going to be Warlock for me. We will see. Thorn Totem builds. I never finalized and made a build guide for my Thorn Totem playthrough. But what I would recommend is convert them to cold damage and run the sword. What is that sword called? The Apogee. I think that's probably the best way to get the most DPS out of them. Yeah, the Apogee. That's right. Yeah. Anyways, I gotta keep moving here. Damn, I get distracted so easy. So Necro, do we have any other Necro builds people want to highlight here? Is there a legitimate Archmage build? I think Archmage as your solo minion is just a little too squishy. I like Archmage as an idea. Cruise control build, not high DPS. Fair. Fair enough. Skelemage sacrifice. I tried Skelemage sacrifice. I've tried to make it run multiple times. It is inferior to Bone Golem by a huge margin. I tried it myself multiple times. It's not good enough. Unfortunately. And I wanted to make it run because it's so cool. It's like this skeleton mage is going crazy. You should see it when it gets like 200, 300% cast speed. The skeleton mage gets really excited. It's just waving that staff, doing its thing. It's fun. But the damage is just not there. Okay, so maybe let's just do Lich. Let's just go to Lich. I have a lot of Lich builds, it turns out. Many of them got demolished, unfortunately. I think There's a bunch of Lich haters at EHG. They just keep deleting Lich builds. So, I think Lich has a lot of builds though. Bad Dawn, I'm leaning towards Warlock. I haven't decided for sure. I'm going to wait and see, but I'm leaning towards Warlock. Anzator, you're saying, if you are in a group, can you trade with group members in this COF faction? I think items that dropped while everybody was in the party at the same time, I think you can trade those. But otherwise, if the item dropped when you weren't playing with that group, you need to have found one of those two fancy new items that allow you to trade with your friends. But again, they need to have been in the game playing with you in order for you to even have the chance of getting those item drops. You can gift. That's right. It's gift. It's not trade. That's right. You can gift with people in the party. Here's a question from Datalux. On Kickstarter roadmap, they had Warlock and no Lich, and they added Lich first. What is the question there? I guess you're still typing the question. Yeah, farming in the group Azator, you can freely trade or gift items as long as those items dropped with everybody in the party at the time. Hey, no worries, Bad Dawn. It's all good. You were searching for videos with Joro and you realized Joro was... Oh! When did they add Joro? Wasn't it before 0.9? Joro wasn't added in 0.9, was it? No, definitely Joro was there. Okay, yeah, you were just went way back. What happened for Lich versus Warlock? I don't actually know. Maybe they just liked the concept of Lich better. Anyways, let me just throw some builds in there. One of my favorite builds, and nobody really runs this one, but I think it's a very memey and surprisingly strong builds. It's a self-ignite Death Waves build. And it actually kills... Oh, wait, it's down to 50 seconds. Okay, so they nerfed it quite a bit. There's a lot of hate. A lot of hate. So 60 seconds, that's like a 5. Because we had Werebear at a 5. So maybe this one's a 4 because it's not even nearly as tanky. Sad times. Yeah, okay, we'll leave that at a 4. The clear is pretty smooth though. I'll give this like an 8.5. It's just, if the damage was a little bit higher, it would be smoother. And it's very zoomy. I'll give it a 9 because the zoominess makes up for it. The tankiness, what do they have? A? It's not amazing. Okay. So tankiness is like a 5, 6, 5.5. I don't know. It's decent. Unfortunately, season start is a definite no. It requires quite a few items. You don't want a season start with this. And I really hope they don't nerf it anymore. They've done enough. You've done enough, ESG. Don't do it. You wanted to do a downed build. I think I've made the only down build that was viable and actually strong in the entire game. I'm going to make that claim right here, right now. I have created the only viable down build, and then EHG completely destroyed it because, I don't know, they're meanies. It was this self-immolation damned element. I had plus 3,000% damned element penetration. And it was actually... I mean, we can look at the YouTube video right now. No ads, please. See, we did ignite. See, we have 140 stacks of damned on ourselves. 195 stacks. Look at the Jorah melt. Look at that meltage. Pyre of Affliction. The weapon. Well, yeah, that's what I'm using here. Pyre of Affliction. Unfortunately, they made it so that you cannot get spell damage as much. Also, they changed, yeah. They changed Pyre of Affliction, so it's not Necrotic Pen. It was something else. 35-second Jorah. Very respectable. Very respectable. But they nerfed, I think, this build as well. Anyways, it's all good. Yeah, the Deathwave is actually still viable. I tested it recently, which is why I left it in here. I tested it recently, and you can see I changed the timing to 50 to 70 seconds. So it's still somewhat viable. Unfortunately, it's not amazing or anything. So a lot of nerfs have hit it, unfortunately. But yeah, the concept behind all three of these was like ignite yourself so that you can do more damage. With this one, it was more about igniting yourself and then converting those stacks of ignite into stacks of damned on yourself with transplant because of Pyre of Affliction weapon. And then the damned stacks on yourself last for so long, you can actually get like 200, 220 stacks of damned on you. And if you remember, the Pyre of Affliction had like 15% multi per damned on you. Anyway, it was some crazy multipliers in there. But it's just not very smooth. And you also have to get something to proc the damned. So I was relying on, I think, Hungering Souls as well as the Death Waves. But Hungering Souls is so lame because you have to have exactly 3 minions. It's just super annoying. But the Mirana's self-immolation, you don't need 3 minions for that one. You can do whatever many minions if you want. And so it actually is a fairly smooth playstyle. They just need to buff it a bit. Like, I hated that when they nerf things that don't need to be nerfed. That is very annoying. We'll give it a 6.5. I don't know. Maybe even a 6. It's a good build to enjoy, try out, but it's not going to give you crazy performance. Let's go next. Lich. What other Lich builds do we want to highlight? I mean, I had some more. This one was bugged and nerfed. Oh, there was also this Ignite with the new staff. It wasn't a very good build though. Very squishy. I want to do a 4-man team. It's not going to be at 1.0 early on, but maybe midway through the first season, I think I want to do an event with a bunch of people from the channel. Maybe subs only probably will do. And we'll pick 4 people that can be available for like, let's say a 1 long session, 1 long stream, like 12-hour stream or something. And we'll do everybody goes necro. Everybody spams as many minions as they can. And we'll see how long it takes before we crash the game. Everybody will be running like 30 plus minions times 4, 120 minions. Nobody's going to be able to see anything on the screen. It's going to be hilarious. It will be good. So that's something I want to do. Yeah, let's melt the server with necros. 4 necros. Team necro. That's going to be mid-season journey. I haven't thought of any 4-man cheeses. No, I haven't thought about that specifically. First zone, first gun cast, 2-second cooldown. Skellies and boom. Yeah, it's going to be good. I don't think the servers will melt, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so do we even list this ignite? I don't think so. This is not good enough. But in terms of lich, I have seen. I think Rip Blood is a legit build. I think what are they called? Marrow Shards is decent. I mean, Lich is pretty simple. It's like, okay, you go Death Steal, you go Reaper Form, you go Transplant, you go Bone Curse, and okay, you have room for one skill. Congratulations. It can be Marrow Shards, it can be Rip Blood. Sacrifice is bugged. Hungering Souls, decent option. You have a lot of cool build ideas for Lich, but all are unplayable. Lich needs a huge rework. There are many skills or mechanics that are useless. I agree. Aura of Decay is a good example. This skill used to be must have for every single Lich build. It used to be. Every single Lich build ran this. It was best in slot. That was not a good thing. You know, when you already have 3 skills that are must run, Death Steal, Reaper Form, Aura of Decay, that pigeonholes you too much. But then they nerfed this skill so many times, it's kind of absolute trash now, unfortunately. So, what's a good Lich build to start the season with? Probably something Hungering Souls. Hungering Souls, though, it's too reliant on Unholy Trinity. I really hate Unholy Trinity. Several can get you to monos, but not much into them. Yeah. I think Rip Blood is legit and Marrow Shards is legit. Pretty zoomy as well. You can cast these with Transplant. Bone Curse is a great damage supplement for all of those. I think Wandering Spirits, I've seen people play around with Wandering Spirits as well. But I'm not sure how viable it is for like high-end content. Let's check the leaderboard. I'm going to check the leaderboard. That should give us a good idea. I think I already know. It's basically the new wand. What do you call it? The Lado. You run Lado and you just run crazy cast speed in stacking. That is the meta right now. You only use it to 35-ish and then replace it. Yeah, that's probably the right play. It's pretty decent early on. Okay, let's check leaderboards. Acolyte. Oh, I forgot they're all bugged. Oh man, we just have to filter through. Anything that has sacrifice is garbage. Okay, here's the first one without sacrifice. Mao Mao Wave 743 with Rip Blood. And pretty much exactly what I said. Reaper Form, Death Seal, Transplant, Bone Curse, Rip Blood. Fairly simple, unfortunately. Oh, another sacrifice. Oh my god, every single thing is a sacrifice here. This one seems legit. This might be some sort of cold minion build. Wave 582. I like that some of these are level 97, 96, 99, 98. Nice. All right. Okay, so Level 89. Wave 378. With sacrifice, of course. I wish I could delete anything that has sacrifice in it. It's just so hard to read these. Because they're all just cheating. Yeah, Mao Mao is the first one. So Rip Blood it is. I think I can probably look up a build guide from Mao Mao. Let me see if he has something. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Mao Mao. Let's throw this link in here just for reference. Okay. So if you go last Epoch, Mao Mao. He hasn't posted in so long. Huh. Why is he posting sacrifice? I guess he hasn't made a YouTube video about his Rip Blood exploits. Star Citizen, play now. Alrighty. Is this it? Is this... Yeah, this is Rip Blood. But for some reason he has Hungering Souls as well. This is also old. 10 months ago. That's, I think, when we still had the bunkers bug. So that's actually not ideal. Okay. Does anybody have any intel? Let's check this out. Let's Google. Let's search last Epoch. Rip Blood Lich build guide. Death Seal. This one, unfortunately, a lot of these are going to be utilizing the bugged bunkers. Niche, you're saying watching some of your old video capture for multi-shot guide from 0.85 and comparing to 0.92. Your build wasn't fully optimized and this guy's new one is. And it's getting probably double the multi-shot. You'd guess multi-shot should be maybe 25-50% more than yours. So current multi-shot builds probably drop. Compared to what though? What is the benchmark for Jorah kills? Oh, max roll guys. Okay, let's check Lizard then. Lizard IRL. Oh, let's just go to max roll, I guess. No, Harvest Lich. Oh, that is bold. Upheaval Beastmaster. That's not even good, I don't think. For reals. Maybe it's good. It's Volca. I trust Volca more than some of these other folks. Where's Lich? Can I search Lich? Give me Lich. Death Seal. Rip of Blood. Here's a Rip Blood. No, this is the Golem one. And he straight up copies what I have, probably. But that's alright. Everybody's got to learn. This one is the Marinas. This one, right? So it's the main DPS source is Death Seal or is it Red Blood? Because it kind of sounds like if you're going Marinas, it's quite possible that the main DPS source is your Death Seal. Let's check the YouTube guide. Video guide coming soon. When was this posted? Oh, this literally got posted today. Alright then, well, if it got posted today, that makes sense. Bad Dawn, good night, man. You're reminding me that perhaps I should probably look to go to bed soon as well. Let's try to wrap up Lich over here. What do we have for Lich? Do we have anything better than this? I swear I don't have... These are not good enough. Or rather, I should just populate these. Unfortunately, I don't have good data though. Lich. Is this all they have? 6 builds? Harvest is surely not very good. January 16th. Let's see. Let's see what Volca has in store for us. This is corruption 550 perhaps. Here's a boss fight. Oh, he tanks through that. Nice. Oh my god, the damage is so bad though. Where's the damage? This is definitely Harvest. I was just curious what they have. But yeah, the damage definitely looks like Harvest. Yeah, I would not recommend Harvest to people. The damage is just simply not there. All right. So that was a bust. They didn't have a video on the one. Pilot, you like your elemental starfields. Pretty colors. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Alrighty. You can't find a Flurry Jora? What do you mean you're gonna try it? Isn't it bugged right now? How can you try it if it's bugged today? Some guide you followed had elemental starfield. It must be Rune Master. You must be running Rune Master. You said DPS probably goes down to 20-30%? Yeah, but how can you get a benchmark for pre-bug gameplay when currently there's only the bugged gameplay? A node that triggers? Is it meteors? Does anybody have Rip Blood knowledge here or Marrow Shards knowledge? I think it was Lizard that was running Marrow Shards. He's a major Marrow Shards fan. Let's find it. Here's from 10 months ago. Oh, man. There's no way to tell if this build is any good. What is going on, man? What are these? What kind of build guides are these? Arena push. Nobody cares about arena though. These are old. Oof. Okay, this is not something we can use as well. It's only Lizard IRL. Oh, here we go. 8 months ago, Marrow Shards Lich Tier 4 Sanctum. Dude, you have 3k HP. I guess he has no regen, that's why. Alright, okay. This is what we're looking for. Let's see. Boss fight time. Alright. This guy looks decently geared here. So 155. 157. We're in. Some decent crit numbers. This is decent. Yeah. This is what we're talking about. 8 months ago. Bit sluggish though. That's a whole minute to kill it. All right. I want to see your items, bro. He doesn't have his items. Doesn't have the planner. Yeah, I don't know, man. Okay. How about we filter the last 12 months? Sort by upload date. He has cursor on boss instead of at her feet. Yeah, shouldn't it be in front of her? Yeah. I haven't played Marrow Shards, so I don't really know enough. But I think you're right. Auto aim? Okay. Marrow Shards Lich build guide. That's the one we looked at. It was not great. Marrow Shard. Okay. So nobody's doing Marrow Shards build guides. Last place I'm going to check is over here. We're going to go Lich. And we're going to go Marrow Shards. People love, Hungering Souls the most. Wow, Marrow Shards is at the bottom. Even lower or even on par with Inferno Shade. That is crazy. I thought Marrow Shards is better than this. I thought it had some good damage multipliers, guys. Am I way out for lunch? Fragment Dominion. Unleashing devastating Marrow Shards. An unparalleled leech. For unrivaled tankiness. The least played skill. Oof. Healing hands. That's crazy, man. I mean, this damage, what is this? 200 corruption? That's not too impressive. I don't want to see 200 corruption, guys. But this guy says he can kill Jorah in under a minute. Let's check it out. See, this is not the worst. How optimized are you? Do you have your build planner? No build planner. Pilot, you can't find it. It was Rune Master that triggers Elemental Novas. Oh, okay. Yeah. Runic Invocation. But that one doesn't work. But you can trigger it with Teleport. That could be it. Okay, well maybe we delete this one. I think Ribblood is more legit though. Is it me or did just like nobody play Lich in the most recent patch? What's going on here? How about Ribblood? Take this out. Give me Ribblood. Oh, people posting these bad sacrifice builds. Mau Mau on March 15th. But this was with the bug though, I think. Yeah, this was with the bugged Bone Curse. So this doesn't count. So we don't actually have anything. So nobody played Lich, guys. Lich only has like 2 or 3 builds. No, I can kind of see that as well. It looks like it's just Ribblood. You can also run Death Waves normally without self-immolating. I kind of feel like self-immolating. Is it better? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I gotta see Death Waves without self-immolation. Although, yeah, I'd have to see it to gauge what's better. Ribblood though. We don't have anything. I don't know what to go with on these rankings here. I would be guessing really heavily here. I would give it a pretty high clear. Lich in general has really solid clear. So I'm going to give it, these can be like 8.5. Because anything that's Death Waves is the best clear because you don't have to click much. You just teleport, things die around you because Death Waves, boom, explode, everything dies. Tankiness. I mean, actually, Lich is decently tanky. I should give it a little bit more tankiness. I don't know. They're probably all similar in tankiness. Lich. They're all going to be running the 2 staples, Death Seal and Reaping Form, and that gives a bunch of tankiness, especially Death Seal. Season Start. Ribblood is probably better. You may be bottlenecked by the wand, the later wand, but later wand is not a must-have, so we could even keep it higher. I don't know. Both of these also can be procced by your transplant. So that's important. That makes for smoother clear. Both Ribblood and Marrow Shards proc with transplant. Season Start. I don't know, they're probably both decent. Decent enough. You can play Ribblood with no uniques pretty easily. Okay, fair enough. I can probably bump both of them. Which one is better single target though? I just have no data whatsoever to go on here. I kind of lean towards thinking Ribblood is probably best. I also think a Soul Feast build I think exists. I'm pretty sure I saw one time. Something that's centered around actually dealing damage with Soul Feast with this node. You know, it's like more than double damage. And you can do recast. Unfortunately, the mana cost is fairly prohibitive. I wish that 150 mana cost was like 100. Not sure why it has to be 150. 150 is pretty high, pretty steep. You did one of my builds from the Google Sheet. Which one? From this one or my build guides? This one is not necessarily mine only. I don't see these getting nerfed either. I don't think Lich is gonna get nerfed. But in general, Lich is not great for single target. I'm gonna put both of these at 6. Because I don't know. Maybe 5. Put them at 5. If somebody gives me evidence, I will change them. Not enough data on single target. So overall, 6.5, 7, 7, 7. Really? We're saying Lich is crap? This is kind of what we're saying here. Lich is not that bad. I think Ribblood probably deserves a bit higher. I think tankiness were not fair to it right here. I think it's probably more like 7 or 8. Yeah, I think the amount of leech that you get with Lich paired with Death Seal, it's pretty tanky, no? Sleepless is not a Lich fan. Oh, the Earthquake Dot Pilot. That's a great choice. That's one of my better ones. One of my best ones, I should say. It's a really fun build to try. You're a Lich fan? But it's unplayable, in your humble opinion. Yeah, man. While on low life, you always have 6% less damage from endurance. It's true. Yeah, Lich is pretty tanky. 8 or 9 here. So, this one as well, actually, we can bump it up. All of these tankiness meters. We can even probably 8.5 is probably more reasonable. Yeah, I think these are all more tanky than I'm giving them credit for. I'm off. So this one can probably be bumped a bit to 7. And these can probably be bumped to 8. I think that's more reasonable. So 8, that would put them on par with some of the builds from other classes. Yeah, I think that's more fair. But Lich is not spectacular in any way. The endurance definitely does help a lot. 60% damage reduction is massive. I would like them to rework Lich, honestly. I don't like how pigeonholed you are with Lich. You just have to run Reperform. You have to run Death Seal. In most builds, it's very difficult to deviate. Let's see what Warlock gives us, though. Maybe these 5 skills here provide a bit of more options. Hopefully. Pilot, you also run Bone Golem Bone Shatter. That's a phenomenal one, too. One of my favorites. It probably was mine. Even if it wasn't from my YouTube build guide, whoever you saw it from probably took the optimal way to run it from my build guide. I think I introduced a bunch of optimizations that I don't think there have been too many optimizations since then. I think I min-maxed it fairly well, that one. So I think we're in a pretty good spot here, guys. I would really like to highlight Rip Blood. Unfortunately, I don't have too many build guides from other people to go off of. Because Rip Blood is something you can run early on. So we're probably going to highlight Flame Wraith as well. Okay. Flame Wraith is just too good to skip. Too good. And Bone Golem, those are two of the staple Necro builds. Two of the best builds in the game all around. Have been around for a long time. Have been able to clear really good content levels for a long time. Soul Feast. I thought I saw a build somewhere with Soul Feast, but I haven't seen enough of it. Sleepless, you're complaining in that you only have 1-2 playable builds. Yeah, it's true. A lot of nice skills are completely useless and unplayable, and that's lame. I agree with you. I would like them to make more of the Lich stuff viable. Like, for example, Soul Feast. If this thing goes down to like, or let's say it's minimum possible recast, it becomes 2. If it's always recasting twice, all of a sudden this maybe is viable. But this 0 to 2 for 150% extra mana cost? The math doesn't add up there. Is the last few masteries unlocked yet? They're waiting for full version. The last 2 masteries, Warlock and Falconer, are going to be coming out in exactly 1 month. February 21st. Oh wait, it's February 22nd now. Damn it, it's past 12 o'clock. It's February 22nd. But yeah, a month from now we'll get the full version and we'll get these 2 classes. But if you want to learn more about what Warlock might look like and what some of the skills might be, I think they're releasing teasers and just kind of introductory videos to these classes starting this Thursday for Warlock and then 2 weeks later for Falconer. So we will know more about the classes before release, but we won't get to play them, of course, until release. So does anybody have any other Lich builds to recommend for me? Is there anything with Wandering Spirits? I remember I have a 4 LP Wandering Spirits item in my stash. What is that called? That book or whatever it is. Where is it? Let's see. This one. Yeah. Look at this, guys. Look at this thing. Chronicles of the Damned. 4 LP. It's my only 4 LP item, guys. Can we have a Wandering Spirits build with this thing? I don't think there's anything too viable, unfortunately. But anyways, yeah, unfortunately, Lich does not have anything that deletes single target. Lich is not a single target class. It's more of a zoomy monolith farming class. So if you want a boss farming hero, don't go Lich. Certainly do not go Lich. Go Necro if you want to be an Acolyte and you want to be able to farm bosses. Or maybe Warlock. Who knows? Maybe Warlock is going to be the class that deletes bosses even better than Flame Wraith. All right. I think we're close to completing this, guys. I think 3 builds to highlight for Acolyte and for Rogue is probably okay. I just wish I had a clean build guide for this Rib Blood. I might have to go off of some build planner somewhere without a proper build guide and just kind of wing it, give advice as possible, as best as possible. But yeah, it kind of looks like Sentinel. Oops. Is the least likely to get hit by nerfs, as well as Necro. Necro a little bit more likely. And then there's the meme builds for Lich and Necro. Sacrifice meme builds. Over 9,000 risk, of course. We're not even going to mention those. Anyways, I think we're good here. Honestly, it's just what maybe something to think about is this Meteor Fireball. So I might populate these. I do want a Sorc Lightning, a Sorc Fire, and a Sorc Cold build, although the Sorc Cold build is going to be kind of conquered by Rune Master in Glacier Crit. That's technically a Sorc build. It should be a Sorc build. Glacier benefits from mana stacking. But somehow we have Rune Master 2 OP right now. So when they nerf new Rune Master, this is going to be back to Sorc. Glacier Crit. Then we're going to have a decent showing for Sorc. You got a tier 4 Jorah. So Niche, is that bugged Flurry or not bugged Flurry? I thought it's always bugged. How did you... Is the attack speed going nuts? So maybe this is what a geared and fixed flurry is about with speed. You got 49 seconds. Okay, with the bug, but with crappy gear. Is that what you're saying? You think post fix is going to be 50, 60. Okay, all right. I mean, I wish it was higher. 50 seconds is a little bit on the low side. 60 seconds, a bit on the one low side. But that's helpful, man. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Okay. So, I think we're going to be wrapping this up soon, this tier list, and I'm going to start making videos, or at least start working through these one by one, starting with probably Primalist. Or maybe I should start with Sentinel, because that one's not going to get patched too much. It's not going to get bug fixed and patch fixed. I got all these at 0. Yeah, I'll probably start with Sentinel. If they leave the ward boots interaction in, you can face tank her except the room-wide explosion. The big bada boom. Le big bada boom. So, what's next? Well, tomorrow I should be able to finish up the loot filter guide that I'm working on. So if you guys are looking for a loot filter guide, including a beginner's loot filter for 1.0 when the game launches, this one's going to be perfect for pretty much everybody. I think I'm going to be using it as well. I don't see a reason not to use it. You can add build specific things to it if you really wanted to, but you probably don't need to. I'm not even sure that I'm going to be looking to add anything to it, even stuff that's build specific for me. Perhaps the occasional, hey, highlight, let's say cast speed, if I run out of cast speed affixes, but those are like occasional, very temporary loot filter additions that I would run. Either way, this is going to be a great loot filter for beginners and veterans alike. So if you're in the lookout for a loot filter, yeah, check it out. In the next couple of days, I should be able to release that YouTube video. Thank you, Sleepless. And I'll be probably, yeah, I think I'm going to get going. Let's see who we can raid right now. It's been a good stream. We're 4 hours and 40 minutes. Pretty damn good. Any recommendations for a raid, guys? Any thoughts, recommendations? Anybody that we should hit up? Let's see. We raided Novarix recently. There's, I think, a Russian. Yeah, there's a Russian streamer. Glyke. 47 views. I bet you he's coming from a different game. Yeah, let's give him a raid. G1 Ike. Let's get going. Raid. You guys ready? Thank you for helping me almost finish this tier list. It's very close to completion. I mean, honestly, something like this is never complete, really. There's infinitely many builds to add to it, so thank you for helping me take it this far. Honestly, it's not easy. I don't know so many things in this game. It's crazy. There are just too many builds to try, especially a lot of fun ones. This was good for me to do as well because I look at it and I'm like, hey, I want to try this build and I want to try that build and that build. I kind of want to try Lich with these Rib Blood and Marrow Shards. Both of them I kind of want to test out and see, like, where does it land. I really want to do cold damage Skelly Army. I think that's something that can be pushed to a really, really high damage level. Probably not up to Flame Wraith level, but still respectable. And then, yeah, just so many builds I want to try. 390 is pretty good. 390 is good. That is probably slightly higher than average, I would say. 390 is good. If I remember correctly. Yeah, I think 390 is a solid kill. It means you're not cheesing it. I think 300 is probably like the minimum, around there. And then if you really buffed it up, you can probably get it up to like 450 or so. 420, 30, 40. I can't remember the high end. But I'm pretty sure the low end is like 300. So 390 is probably, 70th percentile, maybe 65th percentile-ish. Can't remember. Good kill. Mr. Nuki, thank you for the sub right before we finish up the stream. Thank you so much. Thank you, and irashaimase, and welcome. All right, let's start this raid. I'll see you guys either Tuesday or Wednesday. I'll see what kind of YouTube plans I have. I'm definitely going to finish up the loot filter tomorrow, and then we'll see what we're going to do for Tuesday. I may or may not stream. We'll see. I haven't figured it all out. Thanks, everybody. And I'll see you later. And gochiso sama deshita.